Good evening, everyone. I am your dungeon master, or some reasonable facsimile thereof, for this evening. So, we are going to have a brand new campaign where we are going to have 4 relatively brand new players, and we are going to make up some characters for some spelljamming. I have a basic idea for what we're going to do for the campaign laid out. I will go over that with all of you and the players at the same time, because, I mean, they don't know nothing from nothing. And let me... Just trying to find my encounter tracker and turn that off for now. There we go. Okay, so we have... in the gold square, we have Sadie Golden Dragon. In the red square, we have Old Bacon Eater with his brand new haircut.
I get red.
In the green square, circle, I don't know shapes. We have Noctis.
Hello.
And in the purple square, we have Iris Cypress Everly. Eating a camera.
Faces.
Sadie Golden Circles. Yes. Sadie Golden Circles.
Sadie Golden Circles.
Okay, so.
Not the face. Not the face.
This is going to be the session 0 for our upcoming Spelljammer campaign, which we have tongue-in-cheekly named Guardians of the Astral Sea. We are going to have, for today only,
Whoops, I better get my wallet out.
Yep. So for today only, in honor of the new campaign, anyone who goes to the Streamloots page and wants to grab a pack and use that discount code, in honor of screwing with our new players as much as we've screwed with our old players, that code is F9A, I think I6, but it'll be in there. 30% off for any packs, and up to 20 people can purchase packs with that discount. If we run out of people who can purchase packs and I have to set it for higher than 20, I will consider that a happy problem. But there we are. There's a link. There's a code. There's a discount.
What do you mean, Rose? You can rub a bald noggin. Totally works.
I got you. No problem, Rose. I got you.
Fatty. My fatties are longer. Fatty.
All right, so there we go with that. So tonight we will be working on characters for the new Spelljammer campaign.
Spelljammer.
Thomas's 2 has purchased 30 packs.
Yay!
And all that, John.
Scorchadash
All that,
97 has
John.
purchased 20 packs.
Thank you, Scorchadash. It couldn't get that name any better, worse.
No.
All right, let me get some of these things.
No, that's the other campaign.
God, I just saw it. Oh no.
Yeah.
I love it.
This is scorched ass.
Every other week, almost, Ace.
Noctisolins has purchased 10 packs.
Yay, Noctisolins. Nocticillin. I might be allergic to you.
I know I am.
All right. Now I've got everything moved around so I don't have to hide the screen anymore. So that means I can no longer have the screen. Okay. So let's talk about some characters. No, the Coupon codes, unfortunately, are only direct purchase codes. There's no way to fix that.
There's no way to fix that. Okay.
I'm sorry. But that's also why I wanted to make sure I got that in before you did a community one. You can still do a community one if you want, but I wanted to make sure that those were done appropriately. So 30% off, or maybe 100% off if some community ones show up. You never know. But the important thing is you got stuff there. All right, so we're going to be working on some characters for the Spelljammer campaign. You guys are going to be working on the crew of a ship. And we are going to start with an NPC captain and one other NPC crew member so that I have a heavy, aka someone we can Tasha Yar if we have to.
Okay.
I
ship this campaign.
Whoa!
Claim yours at streamloots.com
Come on.
So if you can't afford the 30% off pack, Thomas just put up a bunch of packs that people can click on for free. So go to the second class elitist Streamloots, and there are 20 packs up for gribby grabs.
Oh my god, thank you, Thomas.
20 minutes into the community is already helping us with the puns. I'm here for it.
It does not take long.
Nope.
No, it does not.
Nope.
So we're going to have a captain, and we're going to have a heavy / a Tasha Yar. And then we are going to have, other than that, you guys are going to get to decide what you want to have, how you want to work it, as far as the crew. You're going to be on a ship that has a very minimal crew size, so 6 is going to be all we really need. Also, you are going to be... You want to make sure at least one person has spell casting, because you need to have spell casting in order to work the spell jamming helm, which is how you pilot the ship. The helm in this refers to helmsman as in a chair rather than helm as in helmet. Just for...
I mean, you could wear a helm in the chair.
You
if
could.
You wanted.
So some spell casting is required, but generally, especially with the new background options, that's not a problem, because any background option that starts with Magic Initiate means that you would start with cantrips and a first level spell. So you could be a straight up fighter. Arguably you could be a straight up barbarian and you have a spell and you just never use it, and you tell people that you don't have a spell, but somehow you can use a spell jamming helm and everyone is confused. I'm okay with it.
Totally fine.
Giant space hammer? You mean giant space hamsters?
Yeah,
and in fact,
really?
they are miniature giant space hamsters. Thank you.
Miniature giant space.
They are miniature giant space hamsters. They're the
I
size.
have to have one for a pet.
They're the size of
We were
bears.
having a giant space hamster.
They're the size
I
of
don't care.
bears. They're not a pet. They're
I
a
don't
mount.
care.
Mount.
They're a mount? Okay, I
Yes.
got
Yes.
one. I want one
They're the
for a
size
mount.
of. Again, ninth time. They are the size of bears.
I don't care.
And those are the miniature ones.
Can Cass
I
get one?
like
Possibly.
hamsters.
Giant ones.
Have you ever had a hamster? I love hamsters.
I've never had
several.
a hamster the size of a bear.
Well, that's true. I've never had a hamster the
You
size
gotta think
of a
there's gonna
bear
be some
either.
inherent differences there.
So, what does anybody have as far as ideas for what kind of character they want to make, or either what race, what class, what concept they want to play? One thing I will suggest is, I find it makes a really good party dynamic when you use a buddy system. 2 characters starting knowing each other and 2 characters starting knowing each other. And this way there's some, I don't quite know you or trust you, but also there's some, well, I know I can trust this person. So it allows for a little bit better gameplay dynamic in my
Who wants to
experience.
be my buddy?
Is there anything else you want to tell us before we start picking? Like, I mean, do you want to go over the basics of the universe or even the game for anybody who may not know as well?
Sure, I can do that. The way Spelljammer is, one of my favorite descriptions of Spelljammer is, it is a maritime campaign without all the drowning. Basically, it is a seafaring campaign. It's a sailing campaign, but this is a sailing campaign that takes place in space, so that you are just wandering around anywhere that you want, and you can visit multiple campaign worlds. You can just stay in the Astral Sea. The setting is intentionally tongue-in-cheek. It is intentionally campy. It is Sinbad the Sailor meets Guardians of the Galaxy fighting against Ming the Merciless from the 80s Flash Gordon movie.
And definitely all the Ray Harryhausen special effects.
All the Ray Harryhausen special effects.
Except for the Jim Henson ones.
Yeah. So
Henson's Creature Shop.
So this game is supposed to be goofy. It's supposed to be fun. There will be moments where it will get super serious, just like the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. But in most cases, it will be very, very relaxed for gameplay purposes.
John
I
in
apologize.
space.
Yep, no worries. All right, so that's as far as the setting goes. Now, there are some very setting-specific races, which I'm not saying that... I'm not saying that they are the only options available, but I am very much a fan of what's called local flavor. If you when you have options that are really only available in one setting, that's probably the best time to use those options, right? So
I know nothing about the local flavor, so maybe I choose that.
The local races, or races that are not normally in D&D that are in Spelljammer. First is a brand new one called the Astral Elves. They are, the 47th flavor of elf. They are celestial elves. They live on the astral plane. They are a long-lived race who lives somewhere where time doesn't pass. So they are a super long-lived race. And because of that flavors their existence, right? Like when they make plans, their plans occur over centuries, not even decades. There are the autognomes, which are robotic tinkering devices built by gnomes to make more gnomes. I mean, I got nothing. There are the GIF, or perhaps GIF if you prefer. The GIF are a hippopotamus race who have They have been spell jamming and traveling the stars for longer than even they can remember. They don't remember if they came from one home world or a series of home worlds or where that home world is. The GIF home world has been lost to time. The gift gods and pantheon has also been lost to time. However, the GIF do know one thing, and that's that their gods blessed them with the knowledge of gunpowder. So all GIF have the ability to use firearms, and unless you take a special feat, no one else does. So the GIF are unique in that regard.
Yep.
However, for them, guns, gunpowder, and explosives are a religious experience because guns were granted to them by their gods. So,
too close to home, man.
It really is. Did I mention that they also often dress in colonial Victorian garb and often have a colonial Victorian accent? What's cheerio? Hippolorians, yes.
Gross.
There's the Hadozi, who are somewhere between a flying squirrel and a chimpanzee. They're a flying chimpanzee. They have opposable feet. They have glide wings. They are usually small, but sometimes medium in size. They are a uniquely odd race. Yes, they are Monkey Kings. And then there are the Thrycreen, who are a four-armed insectial race. They are a warrior race by nature. Their native language is unexpressible by any race that is not a Thri-Kreen. If you take Thri-Kreen as a racial language or as a language that your character can speak, you can't speak it. You can just understand it, but you can't speak it. They are they are
Yeah, little
encyclopedias.
clickers. If you got little clickers, you could probably
No,
click it
because
out.
part of their language is also semantic in that it is based upon the positioning of their antennae and mandibles. So
Right.
it's
If you
literally
take
physically impossible.
Yeah.
That's
If
awesome.
you take Thri-Kreen and you're not a Thri-Kreen, think Han Solo and Chewie.
Yes.
Right.
Now, to combat that, Thri-Kreen are also all telepathic.
Oh, well, that's helpful.
And their telepathy, their racial telepathy is a two-way telepathy, which means if they are speaking to you, you can speak to them back.
Yay! Convenient.
Nope.
Antennae dominance, absolutely.
I think I'm sticking with Ardling.
And then, last but not least, the plasmoid. The plasmoids are an amorphous being with no typical shape. In the presence of other folk, they adopt a similar shape, but there's little chance of mistaking a plasmoid for anything else. They consume food by osmosis the way an amoeba does and excrete waste through tiny pores. They breathe by absorbing oxygen into another set of pores, and their limbs are strong and flexible enough to grasp and manipulate small weapons and tools. Although most plasmoids are translucent gray, they can alter their color and translucence by absorbing dyes at will through their pores. Plasmoids do not have internal organs of the usual sort. Their bodies are composed of cells, fibers, and a plasma-like ooze, and clusters of nerves. These nerves enable a plasmoid to detect light, heat, texture, sound, pain, and vibrations. Plasmoids can stiffen the outer layer of their bodies to maintain a human-like shape, so they can wear clothing and accessories. By forcing air out of tubular cavities, they can produce sounds, and in fact, speak. When plasmoids sleep, they lose their rigidity and spread out, and are thus sometimes mistaken for a rock or other feature of the environment.
Get him a bucket.
You've had that experience.
Yes.
Yeah, pass.
The most interesting thing about plasmoids is that they can squeeze through a space as narrow as 1 inch wide, provided they are wearing and carrying nothing, which they can be doing simply by changing from humanoid shape back to blob shape.
I was going to say, they can just ease out of their clothes.
Yes. And as a bonus action, they can create a pseudopod up to 6 inches wide and 10 feet long, which, while
I don't care. I'm not going to be a walking slime girl.
while the pseudopod does not have any sensory abilities, like you can't use it as a spy camera, it can be used to pick up it can be used to move tiny objects, manipulate open, closed doors, stuff like that. So there we go. That is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 races that are more or less specific here. I will also mention, they're not in this book, but the Githyanki are very big for the Astral setting. They were in the most recent book that came out before this one, which is why they were not reprinted, because their rules were just recently redone. But yeah, the Githyanki are a spacefaring race, so you will run into lots of them as well. Also, technically, anything that exists anywhere in the D&D multiverse exists in Spelljammer, because Spelljammer touches every ounce of the D&D multiverse. So, while I'm saying, enjoy local flavor when you can, if you very specifically wanted to be a very specific type of character that's only found in a very specific game setting, technically all of them are available. But, meh.
Right.
Okay.
So is there a more specific point to this campaign other than just sailing through space? Like, that's Spelljammer. Are we doing anything more specific that we should know before designing characters?
My intention, and of
Yes,
course,
you do.
of course, no plan survives contact with the enemy. My intention was to make it a very Firefly-esque setting. Basically, you guys are going to have a small vessel and a small crew, and are going to take odd jobs that are more or less, somewhat, almost nearly legal.
1 sec.
Yep.
Okay.
And be traveling through space. doing odd jobs for odd people.
Okay.
It's very much the same as the traditional D&D. A group of players walks into a tavern, looks at the bulletin board to see what jobs are available kind of thing, except that instead of taking horses various places, you'll be taking a ship.
Yay!
Now,
You mentioned Firefly, put the brown coat on.
there you go. That was my intention for where it would start. A, that doesn't mean we have to. B, it doesn't mean it's going to end there. If the characters want to all be pirates, you can be. If the characters want to be hunting pirates, you can be. If the characters want to stay on a spaceport and never actually get on a spelljamming ship in a spelljammer setting, I mean, technically you can. So
Boring.
But where's the fun in that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to say.
I don't think it's fun in voting
I'm
for
against that particular idea.
Not going anywhere doesn't sound like any fun.
So,
Okay.
so that's pretty much where we're going for the setting. As far as what you need in the party, I always recommend someone who can heal. I don't necessarily recommend a cleric. There's a difference between the two. I recommend someone who can use martial weapons and fighting skills. I don't necessarily recommend a fighter. I recommend absolutely someone who can cast spells, but now that can be anything.
Again, can be in the background,
Yeah.
right?
So whatever you got. So now is the time where you guys first decide who wants to try to work as what pairs, if you guys want to do pairs, and what roles or tasks different players might be interested in trying to play, what races people might be interested in trying to play. And now we're just going to try to like do a group think tank to try to figure out where the crew of this ship is going to go. I have intentionally
create a team. Yeah.
Yes, I've intentionally left the captain amorphous at the moment, which is not to say plasmoid, but is to say I don't know exactly what I want the captain to be. I have an idea that I think will work, but we'll see where it goes when the players make the party. I may adjust the captain slightly. Similarly, I have a heavy / Tasha Yar ready for the party that currently is a GIF fighter because they can get up front and tank and do things, but also not steal the show. However, if someone goes GIF, I like those, or perhaps GIF, and I really want to play a hippopotamus with guns, like that is a brilliant thing, I want that, then Archibald will become a Hadozi or something like I will make sure the NPCs don't step on the PC's toes. I have prefabs ready, but those prefabs I can switch at a moment's notice. This is your game. This is your campaign. My job is to facilitate the stupid.
Hilarious if the captain was a blob.
Could happen.
You know what? Actually, a plasmoid captain does sound kind of fun.
All right. So, does anybody have anything they already had their heart set on? Let's start
I
there.
should probably go first then.
Okay, go first.
Kind of, sort of. Again, only because Deuce and I have effectively been working on this for, 2 months now?
Something like that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm an Autognome.
Okay.
And like to play the Artificer, specifically the Armorer subtype. Now, I'm doing that one because both Battlesmith and Artillerist have already been done for all practical purposes, and Alchemist just doesn't quite work.
Okay, so Armorsmith, that means what exactly in terms of covering skills?
Artificers are a support class that can but don't have to have healing abilities. So he could act as the healer should the party not have any other healers. If somebody goes, but I kind of wanted to heal, Bacon will more than happily go, hey, that's two spell slots I can open up for other things. I'm fine. So,
did you have a preference, Bacon, whether you did the healing or not did the healing?
I don't specifically see what I have in mind as a healer. So the armor subtype, basically...
Preventative healing.
half the time I'm mini Iron Man for all practical purposes.
Okay. And
The other
That would be very useful to have aboard the ship. Like, you could repair our equipment and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
Make us new stuff if you're
Right.
bored.
Right. See, here's the main thing. Half the time, or when it's needed, I'm mini Iron Man. The other half the time, and this is admittedly more for flavor and backstory and everything else, I'm going to be miniature Wolfgang Puck. See, in between Gnome and Artificer, I'm going to have tool proficiencies out the wazoo.
Okay.
I have absolutely made it abundantly clear 2 of my tool proficiencies are going to be Cook's Kit and Brewer's Kit.
Oh, no!
Oh, yes. I'm not going to be a Culiurge, but I'm going to be an absolutely outstanding short order cook, and the ship will never, ever run out of grog.
Every ship needs a chef. That's just...
That is true.
Yeah,
Okay, well, maybe you and I should know each other then, because I was going to play a heavy nature character.
I saw that, and I said, oh yeah, you and I are going to get along.
Yeah, and I want to grow food on the ship.
Okay, so
I need
let's
a
segue
space.
into what Sadie's thinking then.
All right, Sadie, what you thinking
I
for a
wanna
character?
Yeah, I want to be an Ardling. I don't have a name yet. The name stuff to me is pretty random.
Names can come dead last. They're not
Names are
important.
Names are last.
Names are only what people call you once the game starts.
I want to be an Ardling cat.
Meow.
Okay.
Yeah. Celestial wings are really useful in zero gravity, I should think.
Do they ignore gravity and other such physics?
See, the thing is,
Mhm.
they only last so long, so they
Right.
could push me in a direction. I could push myself in different
Like little
directions.
thrusters. You got your own little thrusters.
Yeah, like thrusters.
Yeah, they're basically jump boots.
Yeah,
That's hilarious. Okay.
they only
Okay,
last
so-
so long,
so
so
we
they
got
could
a
get me
cat.
to a ledge, and then they would stop. Or,
So we got a
you know,
catoid gardener.
pretty much.
Yes.
And I'll
Okay.
take over the healing too, so you don't have to do that.
And you would like to do the healing. Okay.
Yeah.
And
I'm fine with
You and I are
having
gonna
a
get along
past as a
really, really well.
druid. I'm fine with having a past as a druid, but not necessarily being one.
Okay.
I'm not sure really which class I wanted. It's something useful though.
well, then let's come back to that when we see what's
Yeah,
missing.
what everybody else
Yeah.
is doing.
Yeah.
What are you doing as far as weapons, Bacon?
Well,
mean,
if
Have
I
you
remember
got like
correctly-
pulse hands, like Iron Man, or I mean?
well, actually, now keep in mind this doesn't start until I'm 3rd level, which
Okay.
is the subtype. But I'm planning on doing the Enforcer type, which includes, not out of the hands. I'm gonna do the big gem in the chest. But yes, shooting the
Oh.
lightning out of the chest.
Nice.
Oh, lightning.
Just hop
Okay.
around a little bit to up your level.
Lightning works.
Yep. Noctis, what you got planned?
Go ahead,
So
sir.
I had planned on playing a Free Green. Actually, he used to be in Arthas, and there's a lot of backstory in him getting extricated from there. But he grew up being a hunter, so probably looking at like a ranger type thing.
Nice.
And he has been kind of, or he's only been spacefaring for maybe a year or so, but he's interested in learning how to helm. So I'm thinking, once he gets a little experience on him, he might be able to take up Spelljammer.
Cool.
Okay. Cool.
But in the meantime, it'll certainly help, gather food and that kind of stuff. But he definitely has a thing against illiquids.
Okay.
Ships
Fuzzy
suddenly
Ranger.
become-
That's kind of cool. I like that. So,
I'm trying to figure out how to turn Noctis Silence up.
you could always turn everyone else down and turn up your main volume. I just did that.
Or
if you right click on his window,
Yeah.
he'll have his own user volume.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not already at max.
Hands.
right click on his window. Okay, yeah, there we go.
You got it? You found it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually had to reduce everybody else and not my volume, but that's perfectly fine. Because I had
What's your
everyone
turn now?
for some reason, so it really wasn't necessary.
Okay.
Goofy me, goofy settings.
I think it's be a real problem on getting my other headset. So.
That's fine.
No, it's
No, you're fine.
adequate.
We can fix things.
Yeah. It's not out of the realm of fixable at all. Okay, so I had been bouncing around a little bit myself. I was kind of either thinking of playing a plasmoid or what Second and I were referring to as a blink blink elf.
Blink
Well,
elf.
the astral elves have the ability to do a short distance teleport, and the joke was if you take their short distance teleport ability and then also take the feat that gives you Misty Step at 4th level, they're just bouncing around all day wherever they want to be.
All day. Blink, 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 blink. So
Caffeine high,
like
then.
the
Okay.
Weasley twins when they finally got their apparition licenses.
yes, basically. So I was thinking either doing that or doing the plasmoid because they are definitely the most unique race I've seen in this.
I can safely say that in 30 years of gaming, you have never once played a jelly.
Yes. I mean, there's always room for jelly.
I mean, all you need is 1 inch and you're fine.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I could go through my own fence at the farm. And at any rate, I always joke about how the rabbits can still get through if they want. Yeah, so yeah. The plasmoids are, I think, very interesting that way. And I was thinking of either playing a warlock due to the fact that they are magical but have the simplicity of doing more with less, which is actually what I'm better at, rather than having to memorize 80,000 spells.
That's what I ran up against with being a druid. There was just
yeah.
I chose druid. I chose Thornbloom, and then I had I was only 5th level, but I had 50 different things to choose from, and it was like
and I
nuts.
don't. My brain
and I didn't
does
even
not
choose
short-term memory well enough for that nonsense.
I didn't even choose the animal shaping and all that. I didn't want that because we had another druid in our campaign that had that.
Well, that's your other problem is once you have a druid in the campaign, a second druid has nothing that makes them a druid.
Yeah.
There's just more than most classes. The druid's uniqueness is so tied to their main class that it doesn't matter what your subclasses are. To a non-druid, all druids look alike, and that's because the thing that makes a druid is wild shape. So as soon as you're not wild shaping, you're a fighter that goes, but I don't want to use weapons. Like you really hamstring the character at that point.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So
and that's why I didn't want to do that this time.
Well, if you wanted something different, and you said you wanted to be a healer, there's a couple ways you could do this depending on where along the line of how much healing, how much magic, how much fighting you want. Okay, we've got a couple sliders, and where you position these sliders depend on what class is probably going to be best for you.
I want to be able to fight.
Okay.
But I also need to be able to support through the healing.
Okay. Honestly,
so I guess
I would suggest either depending on if you want moderate healing or super healing, I would suggest either a cleric build, a paladin build, or a bard. Now, the reason why I'm going to suggest these is all three have varying levels of combat capability. And all three of them are better than... They're better than midpoint when it comes to fighting, right? Like a cleric, a paladin, and a bard. The bard's probably the weakest physical fighter of the group, but there's ways around that as well. But all of them will have some combat capability that's not spells. the bard being the weakest, the cleric being in the middle, the paladin being the strongest. All of them have magical capabilities from either first level or very early on, which allows you to take healing spells and healing properties that you can use to fulfill that support role. Now, a paladin is going to be less support, more fightery. A bard is going to be a lot of support, and
I'm really leaning towards cleric.
Yeah. The only thing I would say about a bard is bards are the best class in the game. In my opinion, bards are the best class in the game for a player familiar with how to utilize a bard, which is to say a player that knows how to cheese the game and exploit every opportunity. Bards are better at exploiting than anyone else. But if you're a newer player, they can seem lackluster because you miss the things where a bard could tweak because you don't see the tweak button. And then you're like, oh, well, this feels kind of iffy. But a nature cleric is a very good choice. Also, you could be a celestial or nature-y warlock. There are some warlock builds that actually have healing. Not many builds, and they're not the best warlock builds, but they're also not the worst warlock build.
I'll take cleric.
Okay.
I don't, because you already said that you wanted to do a warlock, right?
That was one of the things I was looking at. I was also looking at possibly some kind of
besides that,
rogue or some kind of monk.
I have fun playing mock religion.
Okay.
And so like picking a deity and role playing that is fun for me.
Okay.
I like that. So
perfect. Okay.
Let's go with cleric.
All right. So
Okay.
So
Shadow Monk Plasmoid. Ooh.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wow. that was another possibility, that sort of thing. Yeah.
I mean, also a plasmoid warlock would be fun because if you think about it, you could do something with a plasmoid warlock, which normally gets warlocks into trouble, which is one of the invocations warlocks can do is disguise self. The problem is disguise self is not alter self. Vis-a-vis disguise self is illusion, not real. So you disguise yourself to look like another being, but the problem is that it's only an illusion, and if somebody goes to shake your hand or doink you in the eyes, if you're not the right size, the illusion very quickly becomes, hey, what's going on here?
And a plasmoid can fix that because you can make yourself thinner on the inside, on the skin, to be bigger on the outside.
Right.
So you can have
Since
the outer
Since a plasmoid can adjust their own size and shape.
You just got to think very T1000 with that.
Exactly. Like a plasmoid warlock is a T1000 waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Especially a plasmoid warlock Pact of the Blade, I'm pretty sure is a T1000. Because their abilities are centered around a more limited form of magic and them destroying things with a sword. So, Ace, if you don't know what a T1000 is, I'm banning you.
And
Terminator 2, Judgment Day.
And yes, Ace, I'm well aware that if I play the Charisma Caster, I'm going to be the face of the party. And that's honestly perfectly fine.
But if you play a Plasmoid Charisma Caster, you're the faceless of the party. Which is not to be confused with Morden's character. You're right.
Yeah. In the face of
Ace, your homework is watch Terminator 2 Judgment Day. The only actually good movie in the Terminator series of 9 movies and a TV show. I've never seen any of the Terminator movies. Okay. Watch 1, watch 2. The rest don't exist. Nothing exists past Terminator 2. There were only 2 movies in the franchise.
There's only 2 movies.
Okay.
And one laid the groundwork for the development of the wonderfulness that was 2. Basically, that's what happened.
So now that we have an idea for what races, what classes we want.
Yeah.
Okay. I mentioned we were going to do something unusual with our die rolling, correct?
Yeah. This is where I get nervous.
Okay. So, everyone please pull up your Foundry window
Up.
so that we
Yes,
can
sir.
go into the chat and make sure you're set to public roles.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So here's what we're going to do. You thought we were done discussing what we were going to do for building our characters together as a team. We're in fact just starting. What we're going to do is each of you are going to roll 6 sets of 3d6.
Okay.
The same as you would normally do when rolling a character. Okay? I am in fact going to roll
Oh, Mom, she's not.
2 sets of 3d6 that I will add into the list.
Okay.
We will then, by committee, determine who gets what stats
Out of everybody's rolls.
out of everyone's collected rolls.
Okay.
Now,
Okay.
this is where you might go, look, for my build, all I need is this one stat. So give me the second highest stat and I'll take the lowest 5. And someone might make that deal. Or someone could go, all right, well, for my build, I need a high strength, a high constitution. So I'd like 2 of the higher numbers. The rest of them, I can take some dump stats. And this way, everyone can kind of work together to try to figure out, like, if you want to have a superstar character, if you want to have mid-ground characters, if you want to do some min-maxing, that's all going to be up to you guys. Also, to be fair, if you don't want to roll and you just want to use 4 sets of standardized attributes, and you don't want to actually roll, you just want to take the 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 8, you can do that too. But, I'm just saying, this is where you
So
guys
we're
are going to
having
start to have some fun.
We're having a draft.
Yes, we're having a stat draft.
Stat draft. All right, so roll 6 sets of 3d6s and write them all down.
Yes.
I mean, you're probably going to write them all down.
I'm going to write them all down, and I'm going to show them on stream. So,
Okay. All right.
It's a number.
All right. Everybody ready?
Yep, go for it.
Roll. That's 1.
What was for supper?
I should never roll.
I had
stats.
intended on
Never
grilled
rolled that?
cheese and soup.
No, not.
Just
Hold on. No. Clear. I don't even know how to hit buttons.
Yeah, this is not
No, stop.
200.
Okay.
There
we go. 2,
A 5 and a 15 so far.
3,
And that's a 13.
4,
That's an 11.
5,
That's a 12.
and 6.
And that's a 9. Not bad.
Oh,
Not
average.
great.
Not, yeah.
Who would like
Never
to roll
great.
next?
I don't do great.
I'll go next.
Go for it.
Yeah, this is gonna suck.
13.
13. Hit the button, really, I did. Oh, for Pete's sake.
Anything he can get away with.
14. That's not what I meant to do.
It's rain.
11. That's 3. 10 is 4.
Yep.
12 is 5.
Nope. Clear that.
I never saved my dice. Things.
13 is 6. I mean, we're avoiding low numbers
Very
so
average
far.
party. Yeah, set my 1, 5.
I haven't started rolling
I'll
yet.
go next.
All right.
All right. Go, Sadie, go. Give us all our 18s.
That's an 8. That's an 18.
8, 18.
I have the list. That's a 9. 3 to go. Also, Morden just put in the link for the free packs again in chat. Sadie's the rock star so far, 18 and 16.
Seriously.
And 16.
Wow.
Okay,
Rigged.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more, Sadie.
Sadie saves the party.
And an 11. Best rolls of the
Sadie
group.
saves the party.
And now time for the worst rolls of the group. Noctis.
Go Noctis.
Jeez.
I want to dare him to beat my 5, but I'm afraid he'll take me up on it.
Yeah.
Sadie's carrying the party on her back at the moment.
Apparently.
Want to do that?
/R space 3d6 or just click the die button 3 times. 11?
Yeah, I just keep clicking the die button 3 times.
Yeah, I've been doing the same thing.
Yep. It is the easier one. That's why I put it in there.
11. Surprisingly average, man.
12. 16.
Nice.
Halfway there. Looking good.
I'm hungry.
12.
Comes on the way.
14.
14. And
Yeah.
last.
Not bad.
There it is.
Oh,
There you go. There you go. All right.
It's in
And
there
now
someplace.
I will throw the 2 GM rolls that I will add to the group. And I will make the assumption that they will probably be replacing the 5s. Unless A, I roll lower than a 5. Or B, somebody goes, ooh,
No, I really
I
want
want
a
the
dump
derp stat, please.
Right.
Fun fact, my drow / gnome in Morden's campaign, he has a 5
That's
wisdom.
dump
If you think about the
dumb.
way I play that character, having a 5 wisdom really fits for Gnathan.
Yeah.
Everyone else
Yeah.
is like, I don't know that that's a good. Let's go do it. My Baron had a 5 intelligence. My Baron had a 8 intelligence, but he had a 16 wisdom, and that's what made him awesome.
And a 24 cunning.
All right, so
All right, GM rolls.
GM roll number 1 is an 8, so no favors there.
5.
GM roll number 2 is a 10.
10. Still
So-
not 5s.
So no favors, no great stats, but no 5s.
Right. So unless somebody wants a dump stat, we have very few stat negatives,
Oh, it gave that.
Yeah.
that's the other day.
All right. So
which is really all I try to avoid, right? Like, I hate seeing that -1.
I mean, if you're doing it for a reason, it can be great.
Right.
If you're not,
Right. Yeah, it's a thematic thing. But other than that, who gets the 18?
that is the question. Who gets the
Yeah.
18?
oh boy. I mean,
I think we have to decide collectively what is the most important stat anyone's going to have, based off of our roles and whatnot. Like,
I
what do we think?
know I'm going to need intelligence and dexterity. I would like charisma, but it doesn't need to be huge. And I'm reasonably certain I can dump strength. Not all the way down to 5, but I'm pretty certain I can dump
Take one of those
strength.
8s or something.
Get an 8 on that. If I'm thinking right.
So I was still bouncing around and whatnot. What do we have in terms of the balance without me? What do we have in terms of the balance between fighting capability and magic and whatnot?
If you have a Gloomstalker Ranger, you have one of the best martial classes, arguably in the game right now, that also has limited spellcasting. If you have an Artificer, you have arguably one of the most broken classes in the game right now. That is they're a B plus across the board, but they're a B plus that throws their B plus either at everyone else to make everyone else a full letter grade better, or they combine all of their B pluses to score an A plus plus plus.
At something.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you have an idea for which way you were planning to go with that, Pagan?
Kinda, but I'm going to have to discuss it when we get to that point, because since we were talking about the backgrounds, and we were talking about a particular feat with one guy would do it one way, one guy would do it the other way.
Right.
But I'm thinking, now wait, the way I'm doing it, or the way I'm thinking of, and again, this doesn't really come into play until I get up a little higher in level, but I have an argument, but I don't want to get to that just yet.
Yeah. And as far as the nature cleric is going to be a
healing the fighter.
A B fighter that is also will be able to do battlefield support, battlefield control to a limited extent, and a lot of healing. Like clerics are much maligned and often ignored, but clerics are one of the most powerful classes in the game, regardless of which version you take, because they could start with up to heavy armor. They can start with martial weaponry. They can start with almost any spell. There's only like 8 spells they physically can't, depending on which way you go. They can start as the best crafters in the game, at least until the Artificer came out. They can be as good at what a thief does as a thief. They can be the third best battlefield controller in the game. Like, you can do a lot with how you shape a cleric and what you want them to do.
Okay.
The ship flies as opposed to floating? Yeah, because it goes through space.
Space. Okay, so honestly, we're fairly well balanced anyway. Noctis is very heavy physical, but everything's pretty.
Oh
well
yeah, and
covered.
then there's the Twilight Cleric, which simply just wins D&D.
D&D sheet. I was just wondering.
So, did anybody have like something they either in team or in chat, something that I mentioned from my races and classes that you were really just like gaga over, that you would really, really, really love to see? And no is a perfectly fine answer. I was just curious if anybody had, because I'm perfectly willing to entertain.
I'm going to ask you to remind me, just in case, what in particular you were considering. Either Plasmoid
or the Astral Elves.
Okay.
Were the 2 biggest races. And class-wise, I was thinking either a warlock or perhaps some kind of monk or rogue or something, offbeat physical.
The advantage of the rogue for her is, again, rogue is very much a less with more. They're a lumberjack. They just keep chopping all day long.
True.
The monk at higher levels becomes a lumberjack. Early on, they're very limited, but that can be gotten past eventually.
Right.
I think Ace is still here, although he may be AFK at the moment.
Ace, come on.
I really like the idea of the Plasmoid Warlock. I really, really do.
Okay.
That just sounds so bloody cool.
It sounds fun and very really appropriate for this kind of campaign, right? Like, the other things you could do in a more serious setting, this is something you could really only do here, because it's too weird to do anywhere else.
So, all right, apparently you're playing a Plasmoid, because everyone is saying Plasmoid. Although we have Warlock, Shadow Monk, Swashbuckler Rogue, or Psionic Knife Rogue as suggestions.
Soul Blade!
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Keep it in mind, I've played Soul Blades in other campaigns and different systems. I am exceedingly partial to those. I am not going to lie, they are fantastic. But Plasmoid Warlock just sounds
if you want more spell than not, I would go Warlock. If you want 50-50 spells and melee, I would go Hexblade Warlock. If you want 70-30 martial with some spells, I would go either monk or rogue.
I want to go either balanced or heavy magic because we've got enough leaning the other direction, I think.
Okay. So then warlock.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, it just comes down to what flavor of warlock you want to do.
I mean,
warlock has some varied subclasses.
I was going to say you could still rogue as a warlock. Rogue casting.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I could still put in like swashbuckler attitude if I wanted, or monkey attitude. Like all those other things that people are mentioning could be kind of done in play style.
Yeah. Yeah, very much.
And okay.
I mean, look, we're talking about at least 3 of us dealing with food in the campaign. So I'm going to say we're going to be a very flavorful crew already.
Yeah.
All
right.
So sorry.
Yeah.
So now
I regretted it instantly. I'm sorry.
So now it just comes down to...
I stand by my words.
All right. So now that we have those things kind of locked down a little bit tighter.
Yep.
What stat
Who gets
among
the 18?
all the things that we do is the most important?
Okay.
For those not as familiar with 5th edition, I will say, and there will be negative comments to this in the comment section.
Oh, that's the ship! I just looked at it.
Stats don't matter as much in 5th edition because you have more ways to raise your stats later. Like, it's not earlier editions where if you had a 15 in your main stat, it was a 15 for the entire campaign.
Right.
That's true.
In 5th edition, if you have a 15 in your main stat, it's a 15 till you hit level 4. And then it's a 16 or a 17 depending on what you do next.
Right. Also, keep in mind the numbers now will change basically in the next 1 or 2 steps.
Yeah, because when you get your background, you will get 3 ancillary points that will be applied to either a +2 +1 to stats or 3 +1s. So everyone will get a little bit more than these numbers. And then at level 4, you'll get more. But yeah, and honestly, with what was rolled, I mean, even if someone goes, I want to play Johnny Normal, and I'm not taking the 5s, but I'll take an 8, 8, 9, 9, 10, 10.
Right.
Like, that's not a good character. By no means am I saying that 8, 8, 9, 9, 10, 10 is a good character. But it means you will start with a 12, 10, 10, 9, 8, 8. That's also not a bad character.
Right.
That's just an average person.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, I probably don't need, for example, strength. That's probably not.
You pretty much just need charisma. Because what's going to happen
Does
is
magic go to charisma?
Charisma is their casting stat for a warlock.
Oh,
Now, if you're planning on playing a hexblade and doing a lot of fighting, you will need stats that aren't charisma for your fighting abilities. But predominantly, all of the talking, all of the casting, that's all just going to be off of charisma. So, yeah, charisma dex, yeah, you can get away with just 2 stats.
Probably charisma dex, yeah.
Because dex will help out your armor class, and if you're using a finesse weapon like you should be, then you're fighting with dex, and now you only need 2 stats and the other ones to not be 5s.
Right. Yeah. So that's fine on me. Anybody else?
Okay. Noctis, please go ahead.
I know I'm going to need a healthy share of them. I know I'll need Dex and Wiz and Constitution for spell jamming, and I'll need a so-so intelligence. Probably going to go for a lower charisma, and strength just needs to be average.
Okay.
I mean, well, that is assuming one thing. The Githka and the Chatka, those are both finesse weapons?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so you can do everything off of... strength is a dump stat for you.
Also, for me, being a cleric, I don't think I need a high strength, do I?
As a cleric, you're gonna want all spellcasters benefit from having a higher constitution. That's just a thing.
Yeah.
Because for concentration, if nothing else, your spellcasting stat is wisdom. So you're going to want a higher wisdom, and then for your fighting skills, you again kind of want strength or dex to at least not be a negative. But that doesn't have to be terribly, terribly high. If you want to be really focusing on your martial power and on your combat, you want to try to aim for like a 14 strength or a 14 dex, depending on the weapon you want to use as a minimum. But you don't have to worry about going after 16s for those. You're going to want a 16 or better for your wisdom, because that's going to affect your spell casting. But other than that, you can.
Well, we've got several.
Clerics can tank a lot of stats.
Well, I know I need at least a decent. We need a decent healer.
I mean, you don't need a decent healer. You need absolutely no healer if you murder the other guy before he does any damage.
Okay.
So you don't need a decent healer. You don't need a good healer. I have played games with 0 healing because, but
everybody
boss,
does everything else right.
That other guy, he can't hurt me if him's dead. So, healing has no benefit from stats. It has divine healing has a benefit based on your spellcasting modifier. So a very small benefit from stats.
Order. Very nice.
Okay, Sadie's character, Noctis's character, Bacon's character, and Ari's character. So I have 4 windows, so I can bring this back up.
What would an Ardling be considered, since it's not a official race right now?
In regards to what?
I'm looking at random name generators.
Celestial being.
Okay, that's what I thought. So like a Deva.
Yeah, that could work. Or you could just make it whatever you want. I mean, you could name your character Pistachio. Nobody's going to be able to tell you it's wrong because there's absolutely no data yet.
None at all.
Yes, negatives can make good character flaws, Ace, if you're thinking it out that way, if you're planning it out that way,
Okay.
role-playing it that way.
So we, in fact, now have 4 profiles.
Nice. Okay.
And each of you is an owner of the profile. So you should be able to pull and enter information into those.
Okay. So I already volunteered to claim one of the 8s for my strength.
Okay.
I don't need it.
And also Noctis claimed an 8 for his charisma.
Okay.
So those are off the board.
Morden suggested the face gets the 18, I guess, for charisma for that.
Where's the profile?
In the little people tab.
Oh, the little people tab. Okay.
Yeah.
In the little people tab, you should see a folder that says Wandering Glider Crew. And then you should see a character named Sadie, because there's no names yet.
Right.
Well, I see like little people tab that says players. And then I see a Sadie, but I'm clicking on it.
Okay. Don't go into LID, go into Spelljammer.
Spelljammer.
There is a folder that should say Spelljammer under the People tab in the Actors Directory.
Actors Directory. On the upper right, it should be on the upper right. The bunch of little icons. It looks like 3 people.
A people token control, right?
No, other side. Actors Directory. It looks like 3 little people, not just 1.
3 little people. Yes.
Got
Okay.
it. Okay.
Spelljammer.
Click on that. Spelljammer.
Yeah. Wandering Glider Crew.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I
There
gotcha.
you go.
There we go.
There you go. There you
Okay. Okay.
go.
Got it.
All right. So we have 2 8s claimed, right?
Yep. Remaining in the draft is a 18, 3 16s, 15, 14 14, 13 13 13, 4 12s, 4 11s, 2 10s, 2 9s.
So
I'll
can I
take
actually
one.
type in Ardling?
Under race,
for
yes, you
my-
can.
Yeah, okay. Background, do we put Druid or do we put...
You don't put anything yet because we're not working on backgrounds, we're working on stats.
Okay, we're working on stats. All right.
I will take one of the 9s for my strength.
Okay,
Okay.
Is that all right?
go for it.
Yep. Well, sometimes it's easier to get rid of the dump stats first.
Yeah.
So we got rid of the 9s and the 8s, right?
We got rid of the 8s and one of the 9s. There is a 9 remaining.
There's
Or a
a
5 if you
okay.
would prefer. But
I
most people won't
consider-
prefer.
I considered pulling a 5 for strength. Just like I don't know how to do that with my jetty. But
Hey, I can do that with the Daydream, no problem. With charisma. Oh yeah. Oh, his finer graces died on the sands of Arthas.
Lots of things die on the sands of Arthas.
Yes.
All right, so
Do I need charisma stat to be a cleric?
not specifically. Like a lot of times you have this mental image that clerics have a high charisma because they're often seen as like priests and orators, but they don't have to be. And you don't have to be the face of this party because you have a warlock. So you can have an average or lower than average charisma, especially if you're a cleric of a nature. You could very much just be, I don't do well with people. I'm just a plant person. Yeah.
plants. They're quiet.
Yeah,
and
I'll
don't need
take
to
I'll
talk
take that
correctly.
final 9 for my charisma. Then.
Okie doke.
Wow. Okay. All right. Plant talker.
So we in fact
Yeah.
have one smooth talker in the party and only one smooth talker in the party.
That's fine.
One
And
choice,
pursuant to
talking.
that, I would like to claim one of the 16s or the 18th for charisma, as apparently I'm going to be the only one doing
Take the 18.
charisma.
Take the 18.
You
Take
can have the 18.
Okay.
Noctis, any objections?
Objections, not just okay. Then, pursuant to actually Morden's suggestion, I will do that.
So the smooth talker has talked the entire party into giving them a charisma of 18, thus proving that you have the right player for the job.
Correct.
What a shock.
Uh-huh.
I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing this for you.
Well said.
See,
Jackson.
here's the thing. I believe it. That's just it. I believe it. She actually is.
That's what I just did.
So her charisma is high and your wisdom is a dump stat.
Ouch.
All right.
It's not entirely true, however. Now, having said that,
Okay,
I
so
would
the
like to
dump
claim.
stats and the 18 have been claimed. That's really good progress, guys.
Yeah.
I would like to claim one of the 16s for my intelligence, please.
Okay.
Again, unless there are any objections. I do say, frankly, I need that.
I have no objections to you guys disseminating the 316s since I took the 18. Like if everybody wants to call 116.
Yeah, well, that's to Sadie and Noctis now because I've got mine.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be wisdom for me, wouldn't it?
It would.
Because that's my spell casting.
That's your primary spell, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm gonna take a 16 for wisdom.
Okay. Noctis, you want to grab the other 16? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Assuming
Nice,
that was
nice,
dex
nice.
for Noctis. Am I wrong?
Okay, so that's the 16's gone.
Yep.
So we now have 15, 14, 14, 3 13s, 4 12s, 4 11s, 2 10s.
Okay.
Right.
What?
Noctis, where did you want your 16?
It's going, or base going into Dex.
Okay, doke.
Okay.
I'll take a 10 for intelligence.
All right.
Okay.
Don't
So
even
I'll
need to
have
change the
touch
number on that one.
Yeah.
Correct.
So I'm trying to decide which way I want to go with this now.
Okay.
Okay, so one of the 10s is gone.
Correct.
I really feel like I'm missing something. And I know I'm not, but...
What do you have so far? You have a 16 intelligence.
And the 9 strength.
9 strength. I mean, arguably, you're not missing anything. It's... artificers, as a concept, are very much a 1-stat class. It's really what you do with them after that. If you want to make them a tank, you put a higher constitution. If you want to make them a sharpshooter, you make a higher dex. If you want to make them a beat stick, you go with a higher strength. Constitutions, I generally say, again, four varieties of spellcaster. Constitutions being a plus stat is never bad, because remember, Constitution affects your ability to concentrate if you take damage.
Okay.
A lot of my stuff concentration based.
No.
Or as little of my stuff concentration.
Very little.
Okay.
But the problem is all of the... For everyone, it's only a small percentage of things that are concentration based. The problem is for everyone, it's the best things.
Okay.
Really?
Also, hit points, right?
And hit points, yeah.
So, yeah. I always like to have, a plus in Constitution when I can, but
although
I am
also
probably
remember that it is...
game, so I don't want to...
Also remember that you may be starting with a background option that would give you toughness, which is a +1 hit point per level based on your background. So...
Okay.
Okay. We have 3 12s?
I believe so.
4 12s.
4 12s. Okay. Can I claim one of the 12s for my con?
Fine with me.
Yeah.
Again, unless I hear objections.
12 is off the board.
12 is off the board.
15, 14, 14, 13, 13, 13, 12, 12, 12, 4 11s, 10.
I mean, there are things that I'd like to do, but I'm really trying not to be greedy here is the thing.
And that's where everybody is at this point, right? It's like, who gets
like,
the
look,
last
I'm
piece
picking
of
the
cake?
18. I don't want to call anything else. I pulled an 18. And honestly, everything else for me, I could see Plane's character in such a way that any of those would be useful to be a minor plus. None of them are absolutely essential.
Correct.
So, like, there's nothing else I have in my head of definitely know I'm going to be doing this and I want that to be good.
I mean, my suggestion at this point would be, and it's, you can argue martial bias, but if Noctis is going to be the predominantly martial one in the group, throwing a 15 or a 14 into his constitution right now is going to be beneficial.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Please.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Honestly, my big question is, Bacon, do you know if you plan to be semi-tank? Obviously, Noctis is probably our primary fighter.
Okay. I know that. Perhaps not immediately, but in due course, I will probably be able to turn myself into tanky bits. There are a couple of different ways to do that.
I am fine with giving Noctis and Bacon the benefits of getting the next couple bonuses to combat relevant stats as probably the two biggest tanks.
Right.
And two biggest fighters.
Okay. Now, having said that, Deuce, remind me, at least in theory, I could do finesse weapons as well, correct?
Yes. In theory, everyone can do finesse weapons.
Okay, fair enough.
Because it's finesse.
Well, sure. I mean,
what I'm saying is, for finesse weapons, the training is what matters, as opposed to a strength weapon. Your raw strength and size would be more important.
I'm going to go off for about 30 seconds. I'm going to get a book.
Sure thing. Ooh, look, he's gone. There's nothing but a chair where we used to have Bacon.
Hail the chair.
And now you have Bacon again.
Wow, that was a lot faster than 30 seconds, Bacon.
Well, yeah, but Okay, so
But yeah, if I could take the 15 for con, that would be great.
Yeah.
15 for con.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Okay, so the 15's out.
So.
So
what do we have? Plus ones and plus zeros left?
Yeah.
There's a 2 in there. 14.
Does Sadie have enough strength to wear heavy armor? Ooh, good call.
Good question.
Oh,
good question.
Right.
If Sadie wants to wear heavy armor.
She's the only one that's going to actually have to worry about the strength requirement for armor. Sadie, were you looking to wear heavy armor or just like medium armor? Or had you not really thought about how much armor you wanted?
I hadn't really thought about how much armor I wanted. What's the benefit of heavy? I mean,
it's more protective.
It's more protective, so you take less damage.
With the heavy armor, though, there's no dex bonus at all.
I mean, she's unlikely to have much of a dex bonus anyway. So
fair point.
Which is why it could be beneficial.
Okay. Yeah, it might be a good idea to have.
Yeah, artificers for the armor smith don't have to worry about it because the armor smith automatically meets all requirements for any armor that they concentrate on. So
fair enough.
But not concentrate on that they focus on.
Could I have a 14 or a 13 for my strength then? What would get me heavy armor?
I'm looking it up right now.
Okay.
I want to see what, to be able to wear all of it straight through. A 13 will get you chainmail. A 15 would get you splint mail and plate mail. So I would say you could take a 14 and then raise it up, give it a +1 to make it a 15. And then you can wear the heaviest armor in the game. Other than that, I would say take a 13 or a 12 to get to a 13. If you want to be able to wear the big heavy armor, I would say grab a 14 and put it in strength. And then make sure that we apply at least a +1 to your strength when we do your individual stat buffs.
Give us a free center here.
Which would not be weird for a catoid.
No.
Human-sized cat would be pretty strong.
Yeah, like Panchiki said too, take the 14, bump it to a 15, you're golden. You've got everything.
Okay. Yeah. So
I'm okay with
14.
Yep. So 14 strength.
Okay.
Good
so
call.
Got basically a bunch
Good call from
11
chat.
through 13s left, right? Mostly?
14, 13, 13, 13, 12, 12, 12, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 10.
Oh, there's one more 14?
There's one more 14.
Still 14 out?
I'd like to go ahead and take the 10 for strength.
Taking a 10 on strength. Very third gen of you.
It feels greedy, but I'd like to take the other 14 for my dex.
Okay.
14 is taken.
Right.
God, I
So
hope
11, 12, 13s, basically.
3 13s, 3 13s, 3 12s, everything else filling in with 11s.
11s are plus zeros, the rest are plus ones.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I can go ahead and take an 11 for my intellect.
You're a smart bug.
Smarter than the
13
average
for
bug.
my constitution.
13 is called.
I guess I'll take an 11 for dexterity.
Okay, and then that is a complete Maeve Glitterwind, as far as stats are concerned.
Nice. Good job.
All right.
That leaves 13 13, 12 12 12, 11 11.
I'd like to take a 13 for Wiz, if possible.
And that will be then a complete Noctis.
Okay. Good.
That leaves
Where
Bacon
do
and
I
Ari.
not want to bone it?
Ari, you're still how many stats down?
Oh, I only took 2.
Yeah. She took the biggest and the smallest and is just waiting to take what's left from everybody else.
Pretty much, because none of the others are heavily weighted for me.
They
I'm trying to-
absolutely don't matter.
Yeah. I'm
As a
trying to
Warlock player, I can
specifically-
tell you, all you need is one attribute and you can rule the world if it's a 20. So, yeah.
So I'm specifically trying to pick one other quote-unquote dumb stat, definitely as an 11 as a not positive. But I can make an argument for any of the remaining 4 stats to be, it'd be nice for that to be positive. For
Bacon, you have everything plotted so far except for, I believe, Wisdom and Charisma?
Right.
I think you can make a strong argument that all Warlocks should have Wisdom as a dump stat. Because literally, the entire concept of a Warlock is,
I am an all-powerful entity. I will give you a smidgen of power in exchange for your immortal soul.
that sounds like a great idea!
That's entirely
even
true.
if they
But
were,
it's
even
not a
if they
true
were,
dump because it's an 11, so you haven't lost it.
so even if they were otherwise wise, they're wise except
Yeah.
stupid about their arrogance.
Yeah,
Right.
like,
So,
even
with
if
a
you talk
balancing
to a
factor.
good entity, you're still trading something in exchange for a sliver
Power.
of phenomenal cosmic power. Like, it's
Yeah.
even if your patron winds up being a f***ing unicorn, which by the way is possible. Even if your patron winds up being a f***ing unicorn, you're like, I would like to learn how to do unicorn-like things. You know you're not a unicorn, right? Yes.
Don't care.
So
Yeah. So the natural disbalance of the mentality
yeah.
means that even if you are otherwise very wise,
You can have a patron of a
you have a
unicorn?
balancing.
Yep.
A space
my
unicorn.
God.
A
Oh, no.
cosmic
Oh, you
unicorn.
broke Sadie. You broke Sadie.
Oh my
Cosmic
god.
unicorn.
All right. So what did you want, Bacon?
So I called one of the 11s to wisdom.
You popped it.
Okay.
Okay. Yep.
I will do because, again,
This is hilarious.
I will. And I'm going to ask you to bear with me, and this is because of kind of what I had in mind for
Okay.
playstyle. I'd like to do the 13 to my charisma.
It's fine.
Taken.
Okay.
So that means
And
you
with-
have a wisdom left. Do you want an 11 or a 12 there, Bacon?
I will take the 11
Okay.
because I still feel like I have. I mean, it's not. I'm not the mechanical megamind, but I will be soon. Let's face it.
All right.
But I also feel like I still feel like I'm being a little greedy.
I
I'm
mean,
trying.
the great thing is because you guys didn't have a great set of stats, but you didn't have a bad set of stats. I'm pretty sure everyone's going to feel like they made out well. Like, I'm looking at Ari's card, and I'm going to tell you, she's going to look at this and go, I have an 18 in my main stat. The only thing that has a negative is strength, and everything else has a +1 or will by the time we're done character generations. She thinks she won.
True.
We look at we look at Bacon, and he goes, I got a 16 intelligence. I have a -1 on my dump stat. Everything else is going to be positives. I feel like I won. We come over to Noctis, and it's I have a 16 and a 15 and two martial stats. I have a charisma of get away from me. My character's perfect. We come over to Maeve, and I have a 16 in wisdom. I have a 13 and a 14 on my card. I did good. Like, nobody lost out here. And I really wanted to test this to see how this worked as a mechanic for rolling characters together. This was a thing that I've seen done different ways at different times in D&D, but never implemented greatly. Palladium Games had a very good way to do it, but it was baked into their system, and it wouldn't work with any other game system. But what did you guys think of this pooled attribute rolling to start a campaign?
I mean, it turned from, oh God, my dice are killing me, to, oh God, I'm going to take it from everybody else.
Yeah. No, I think it's pretty good. I like any character generation mechanisms that make you a team from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
We are working together from the beginning to balance our stats in the way we think are most beneficial to the team.
Yep.
And as well as the character generation system of what are you thinking about playing? How are we doing this? Because as much as I know most players and GMs really want to have freedom of choice for the players, and of course that's very good, but I also really love let's have a discussion, let's make a team. If we're going to tell a story together, let's make a team together and decide what's going to be the best story right from character generation.
And my other thought was that, again, that whole team building aspect, especially for a bunch of players that don't have a history of playing together, this is a great way to start building the team building aspect meta amongst the players before you have to build it amongst the characters.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of that. Douche, you're a flippin' genius.
Yep.
Yeah.
So now you guys are all like, okay, well, what's going to be most important to you? Okay, well, I will help you get this thing. I would like help with this thing. So you guys are already...
We're already doing that.
You're already starting to gel, and you're starting to figure out your positions within the team and your mechanics to use to work together just in character generation. And that's what I was aiming for. So there we go.
And also, it does kind of level out the characters so that no one character kind of
it fixes the Superman Jimmy Olsen complex, right? Because no one becomes a Jimmy Olsen unless somebody, like I was saying in chat, unless somebody really decides to fall on the hand grenade and goes, guys, we rolled a 3, a 7, a 5, a 4.
I'll fall on that, right?
I'm going to be Kenny useless, and you guys are just going to have to save me a lot, but I'm going to take all of our negative rolls, and you guys can be average and above, and I'm just going to be the guy that just never catches a break.
Like, I literally could have, if necessary, done that. I'll take the 18 charisma and all the 8s and 9s. Like, it would have worked for the character if it was necessary.
And with a warlock, no one would have ever known the difference, because you're never going to use any stats.
So I was perfectly willing to do that. If it came to that, if I was only a 1-stat character anyway.
Right.
But I wasn't going to do it on purpose, because I can also, very well on this 18 be Hannibal and also be smart and also be, All
right. So we got attributes. Let's move on to background options.
Okay.
Between
Should we break first?
You know what?
Afterwards?
And we're an hour and 40 minutes in, and also we've all been sitting here for an hour before that doing the tech. So let's take a 5-minute. We'll get up. Anybody that wants to read ahead, I will put a couple links that have like all of the background options in them into the Discord, but also you don't have to worry about it because I'm pretty well versed on them, and we'll discuss them when we get back. But let's all take a minute. We'll get up, bounce around, and then we will come back and, move on to the next step for character generations.
Yeah.
All right, so welcome back, everybody. We're going to move on to backgrounds. Now, here we have a couple different sources of information to use. We are going to be trying to do backgrounds based on the information just recently made available with Unearthed Arcana. Specifically the new format for backgrounds where attribute advancement is tied to your character background. So that was in Unearthed Arcana's Character Origins. So we're going to be utilizing that, but not limiting ourselves to this document. If somebody has a background that they want that's not here, that's an older background from another source, we will take the existing information and update it. So that's
Folk hero. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Seriously?
What was that?
Folk hero, it's a background. It means that your character was well known somewhere, and then, maybe you're still there or maybe you're not. Like, you could have been well known and a folk hero on your world, and because of that, you got plucked. Or you could be well known in, like, a certain district of the city of Brawl, and when you're there, you are well respected because of it. Like, there's ways to work with it. What are the new Jammer backgrounds? There are only 2, but it's worth going into them because they are also made assuming the new methodology as well. So let me go into those really quickly. Astral Drifter. For longer than you can remember, you have traversed the Astral Sea. You have experienced firsthand the wonders of the Silver Void. You have stopped aging and no longer felt hunger or thirst. Driven by wanderlust, you have drifted from one part of the sea to another like a mote of dust on the wind. You have lost count of the decades that have passed since you arrived here. In your travels, you have camped on the petrified hulks of dead gods and narrowly escaped psychic winds that have swept across the Astral Sea while avoiding prolonged contact with the plane's most dangerous denizens. You would begin with insight and religion. You would gain a language of your choice, either Celestial or Gith. You would gain some basic equipment. Your character is 20d6 years older than you look because you spent that time in the Astral Sea, and when you're in the Astral Sea, you don't age. Nice. And you begin with the Magic Initiate feat, which allows you to start with 2 cantrips and 1 first-level spell from any of the magic lists of your choice.
Nice.
So that is the first one, Astral Drifter.
That's a good one.
And for that, the attribute bonuses weren't in this book, just the feats. So we would apply probably at least, I would say, 1 wisdom, 1 intelligence, and 1 to be determined by the player.
Okay.
Roram, thank you for the host. How you doing, buddy? Thank you for the raid. The other new background is Wild Spacer.
Okay.
You were raised in the void of wild space, the home to asteroid miners, moon farmers, and other hardy folk. Perhaps you grew up in a far-flung settlement, such as the Rock of Brawl, or you spent your early years on the crew of a spelljamming ship performing helpful chores like swapping decks, loading cargo, and scraping barnacles off the hull. Whatever your history, life in wild space has toughened you so well that you are as brave as a miniature space hamster, and when it comes to facing the horrors and other challenges of the airless night. You begin with athletics and survival, navigator's tools and vehicle space, which means you know how to utilize a ship. And you also begin with the toughness feat, which means you will gain +1 hit point per level. Nice. Or is it +2? I think it's +2. And for attributes, I would say 1 to con, 1 to strength, and 1 to wisdom. Just to say, because I'm assuming I'm basing that on the fact that the attribute that it applies is toughness, which is constitution based, and one of the skills is strength and one of the skills is wisdom. That's what I used for that.
That's fair.
To make sense. So both of those are options. Anything from the character backgrounds is options. Anything from any of the previous books is pretty much an option, and we just need to tweak as appropriate. For example, because I know some of Noctis's character background, he could very easily go with Gladiator He could very easily go with, I don't know if there's one in here for someone being like captured or slave labor for a while. They've really been trying to avoid using that word a lot, so that might not be in here, but something like that, like they're Outlander he could go with, for example. So there's ways to there's ways to work these in, and making sure the background fits with your character concept, I have always felt was important, even before it applied your attributes.
Right, even before it had an in-game effect.
Haunted one, you are haunted by something so terrible that you dare not speak of it. You've tried to bury it and run away from it to no avail. Whatever the thing that haunts you is can't be slain with a sword or banished with a spell. It may come to you as a shadow on the wall, a blood-curdling nightmare, a memory that refuses to die, a demonic whisper in the dark. The burden has taken its toll, isolating you from most people and making you question your sanity. You must find a way to destroy it before it destroys you. That is a great one.
That is fun.
And appropriate for everyone in the party.
No, we're talking about in-game backgrounds, not out-of-game ones. I mean,
sorry, you're right. My bad.
So
I just love all of the stuff from Curse of Strahd. I really want to run a Curse of Strahd campaign at some point.
I mean, basically, you put another way, like, tell us whatever you want to tell us about your character history, and second, we'll figure out which background is the right one for you.
That's pretty much where we're at. Yeah, like if you have so now you have a race and you have a class, so you have some idea of where you came from. So let's discuss what those ideas are, and we'll figure out, and also where you think you want the character to go, and between where you've been and where you're going, we can try to figure out what background will help you get there.
So who's flying this thing? You know, we've got a lot of people with magic. Conceivably, almost anybody could fly it, right?
That's actually...
Yes, and anyone that has access to a first level spell can fly it, which means, depending on background, anyone. And in fact, every single character in this group will be able to by third level.
Which is good, because it's
used to fly T-16s through Beggars Canyon back home. Thank you.
Yes.
Bye.
But yeah, starting off right now, amongst the PCs, the pilot would be either Sadie's character or Ari's character, but also the other two. No, I think Artificers get spells at level 1. So yeah, so everyone but Noctis.
Yeah.
And Noctis will be able to fly it either with the right background option or by level 3. Not a big deal.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, the fact that everyone can spell jam is kind of useful, because there will be times where, depending on what you want going on, the person that can't be involved in the combat because they're currently driving the ship, there's a good reason to do handoffs on that.
Right.
Also, if at some point the characters become so wealthy and influential that they're in fact all captains of different ships in a flotilla.
Right.
Because that's also somewhere the campaign could potentially go. Like, you guys could either get a bunch of hirelings and just have a massive star galleon and still all be on the same ship, or you could have 4 different cruisers and just all be the captain of your own vessel. Like,
vote massive star galleon.
I mean,
I don't want to be my own captain.
Or you could have 4 massive star galleons. I mean, anything's possible. That's part of where it goes.
Right.
I'm supposed to grow the food. He's supposed to cook it.
Will the player's cards be able to be used in this campaign? Yes. All of the cards will be able to be used, with the exception of the cards that are exacted spirits specific, the Dalton cards.
So
although maybe I'll use one. You never know. Space is a weird place.
Sure.
For folk hero, do I have to roll my defining event, or can I pick out of this 10?
Nothing ever needs to be rolled. It's the roll is just there to give you options. If you went, hey, I like this idea and I want my character to be this now, we're going with it. So, folk hero, you come from a humble social rank but are destined for much more. Already the people of your home regard you as their champion, and destiny calls you to stand against tyrants and monsters that threaten the common folk everywhere. What was your defining event, Sadie?
I saved people during a natural disaster.
Perfect.
There we go.
All right, so.
Was it your planet blowing up?
No, I don't think so.
All right, so.
That would really suck.
Classic.
So you will now get on your card the proficiencies animal handling and survival.
Okay.
So we will check
So
animal
you jumping
handling
right on that one.
and survival. Your background is folk hero.
Well, technically, before this, I would have been born on the astral plane, so I would have migrated to wherever I'm folk hero of.
Well, but the celestial plane also has worlds, and those worlds also have problems. So yeah, it could be something that happened at home. It could be something that happened somewhere else. That will be for you and I to decide as we play along.
Okay.
But
all right.
Either way,
Sounds
that
good.
is the thing that happened. You will get proficiency in one set of artisan tools, and I'm going to change land vehicles for that to space vehicles, which I don't think is on here. Surprising.
In space.
Space. So
Ooh, I could really get a space hamster.
You could get a space hamster. So you can choose one other tool proficiency of your choice. And I'm going to
we got a
say
docking bay. We can fit it in there.
What is a tool proficiency? I'm sorry.
If you look at your character card, you will see on the bottom right hand side there's tool proficiencies, and then there's a check mark to the right side that says configure tool proficiencies. Open that up. You can read through the list, pick any one that you want, and click it. I am going to say that background.
Yes, I see that.
I'm going to say that background will give you a +2 to wisdom, because both of the stats involved were wisdom based. So that will make your 16 and 18.
Nice.
And a +1 to charisma because you were better thought of than you were before, thus making your 9 a 10.
Oh.
And for your level 1 feat that you get, let's go with...
So I just choose one tool proficiency?
Yeah, any one.
I'm going to go with the herbalism kit.
Good choice.
Perfect.
Date that.
And I'm about to be pulled away from my desk here for a couple of minutes.
No problem. We'll get to you then when you get back.
Yeah. It's coming up. Bear with me.
Yep.
So sorry.
I will give you, Sadie, choice of either Magic Initiate, which will allow you to have that druidic background if you wanted, if you were still thinking that way. Okay.
Yes, I'm still thinking that way.
All right, so then for feat, we're going to go Magic Initiate Primal.
Okay. Where's...
I'll take care of that part because I have to put it in.
Okay.
And that means that if you go to...
Languages, I should know Celestial from...
Yes, you know Common and Celestial.
Yeah.
And then one other language of your choice. And I'm going to put in the Discord call. There is a link to the Druid spells list. You can choose any 2 cantrips and any 1 first level spell from that list.
Okay.
I am just going to put in just a blank new feature right now, and then I will fix this later.
I was wondering if I could take Elvish
Sure.
to do Celestial Comedy. It keeps unchoosing my selections.
Well, you have to hit update at the bottom rather than close.
Yeah, I know, but... Alright, update.
There you go.
There we go.
There we go.
The correct answer is Thornwhip. Yes. Or yes. All right. So, Noctis or Ari, who wants to go next for a background?
Kind of thinking that Outlander is very appropriate.
Okay.
Okay, so I need to choose 2 spells from
Two cantrips and one first.
Cantrips.
You grew up in the wilds, far from civilization and the comforts of town and technology. You've witnessed the migration of herds larger than forests, survived weather more extreme than any city dweller could comprehend, and enjoyed the solitude of being the only thinking creature for miles in any direction. The wilds are in your blood, whether you were a nomad, an explorer, a recluse, or even a marauder. Even in places where you don't know the specific features of terrain, you know the ways of the wild.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
it was 2 cantrips and what?
And one first level spell.
1 first level. Okay.
All right.
All right. Yeah.
So you get athletics and survival. And you get a musical instrument of your choice, Noctis.
Nice.
Oh, let's go.
Do
I
it.
actually had a thought on that. I was kind of thinking that he does a lot of whittling in his spare time, and he'll make little figurines
Okay. Sure.
instead of doing a musical
Instead of the instrument,
So
you
what
want
would
tool
that be?
use? Yeah, absolutely. Go for it. I like the idea.
I was thinking the ship is now suddenly a food truck with a patio bar, and we've already got our own entertainment. Shucks.
I was thinking, well, I don't know but other than drums, I don't think he's going to be playing too much of a live instrument.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
that's
I mean, there's a violin argument to be made with buggies, you know, because crickets.
oh
I wouldn't need an instrument for that.
It's true. You just play your legs.
I'm gonna
And
go
I
this
am
way
going to
because-
give you Savage Attacker.
Okay.
Yeah. Do it.
Yep.
Oh my.
I'm gonna go this way so I don't gross people out with food. I'll be right back.
You have been trained to deal with particularly damaging strikes. When you take an attack action and hit a target with a weapon as part of that action, you can roll the weapon's damage twice and use either result against the target. You can benefit from this only once per turn.
DM, I want mending, poison spray, and I haven't chosen my first level yet.
Okay.
That's good progress.
I
though.
think I might go for cure wounds though.
You did want to do the healing.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that you will get cure wounds and also mending as options on your cleric list.
Okay, so maybe I
So,
should take different ones.
Instead of mending, a suggestion would be Thorn Whip.
Okay.
That will give you a 30-foot range combat ability that you can do at will.
Yeah, but that drags the opponent towards you.
If you choose to, I would say that you can use it without if you want.
Oh, I can.
I'm okay with
Oh,
that.
you'll let me use it without dragging?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to just
All
use
right,
it at
well-
range, or you can use it to pull things. Either works.
Yeah, I'll take Thorn Whip and poison spray then.
Okay.
Um.
And then,
uh,
keep a look at the spell options for level 1, and let me throw a Thorn Whip and a poison spray on your card.
Yeah, please. Ooh, yeah, I know what I want.
What you
I
got?
want speak with animals.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm gonna get me a space hamster, space hamster. I'm gonna be able to talk to it. Well, for 10 minutes, but hey,
It's a start.
that's a start.
What do you got there in the loading dock? Space hamster.
And then these are...
Ain't nobody gonna steal your vegetables.
No.
Regarded by a giant space hamster. A miniature giant space hamster.
Giant space hamster.
There we go.
Big old teeth.
Darn wet.
Well, she can't talk to trees because trees aren't animals.
Trees are not.
Very true.
Generally.
Very true. I did not choose to speak with plants.
Yeah.
Maybe that was remiss of me, but I don't think I need to talk to plants.
I
and
don't know
encourage
that I
them
agree
to
with
grow.
that. They'll probably still be able to later.
Yeah, still an option. Also, this is one of those things where, again, I know you're not as familiar with the cleric list and whatnot. If in a couple sessions we go, oh, I should have done this different, or oh, I didn't realize that this was also over here, we can retcon it. That's fine.
Right. A lot in the week between this and next.
Yeah.
We can take a thorough look at things and make sure we...
All right, so that is your... your stats, your race, your class. Well, your stats, your race, your background done, and we will finish your class stuff in just a second. Noctis, we were at... I had not given you stat bonuses yet, correct?
All right.
For tools, woodcarver's tools?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forgot to hit update.
We still have to do just one more thing on me, I think. And
right.
then I'm done.
But you're 3 things ahead of everyone else, so I'm going to go around the horn for a minute. I appreciate the enthusiasm, don't get me wrong. Enthusiasm is good.
There we go.
I'm going to say +1 to strength, +2 to wisdom. And then we had said that your feat was going to be savage attacker.
Savage attacker.
Which I know that you don't have a problem with.
Not in the least.
All right. Bacon and or Ari.
Bacon, if you're not ready because you're chewing, I mean...
Yeah, I'm kind of eating, but I'm also. But I'm at a point where it won't gross people out when I eat, which is why I'm back over here.
Okay, cool.
Originally, I was actually thinking as background criminal, and I'll tell you why.
I'm intrigued.
Originally, the thing was, I was created originally. I was not going to be created to be sentient. I was going to be created to be a tool for a criminal organization to use. So I would be limited AI.
Right.
I'd still be able to do things and what have you. But for all practical purposes, my creator had a change of heart, installed sentience, and said, run. I'm not sure what came of my creator. I am reasonably certain that the organization is out to get me because they consider me property. And here's where the really weird thing comes. I know that my creator was working on 2 other siblings, if you will. Now, I don't know if they were done or not, but DM, you get to use that.
And I will.
Okay. And you better. But looking at it,
Okay, so my friend is a robot.
Yes.
Sort of.
Autognomes are robots.
But looking at it more and more, quite frankly, artisan. Although I admit that alert feat really does work because then I have a tactical mind. I've got a high initiative, but my Thrycreen friend had a bad day or had a bad roll. Nope, that's not going to work. You go first. That's how I do it.
Right.
But having said that, still the artisan rather than creator decides rather than completing the original programming, he puts that programming in me and still sentient says, here's what you can do, now run, which gives me a lot of a potential. And since I'm a short order cook, that's what I'm planning on. We'll get there.
Mm-hmm.
The skill proficiency persuasion, that way if our true face has a really bad time of it for some reason, I can act as a backup.
I mean, both are very valid. Both work. And arguably, your story could be the sum of both parts, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just have to decide where the benefits lie at the moment. Are you going to start with crafter, or are you going to start with alertness? Now, I mean that's really the big decision, right?
It really is.
As far as the stat goes for artisan, +2 intelligence, +1 charisma, arguably better for you than +2 dex, +1 intelligence, but that's also not bad.
Yeah.
This is very much a character design theory argument of, do you double down and 90-10 on what your character does already and just do more of it but better? Then you choose artisan. Do you 70-30 and take the opportunity to go wide instead of deep and maybe open up a few other alternative options later? In that case, you go criminal. I will tell you one thing that I find that is exciting, or at least would be for me, for the criminal option. Alertness is good. Tool proficiency, thieves tools,
which duplicates because I get that proficiency as an artificer.
You have the option to take that one. Now you wouldn't have to.
Right.
Which frees up another tool slot.
And also something we don't have in the party.
Yeah. Also, language thieves can't. There are very few ways to get access to thieves can't without being a rogue, because it's normally on a restricted list of languages.
Yep.
So, I mean, alertness plus tools. The question becomes: is alertness plus one tool plus thieves can't better for you than crafter plus a tool use of choice, so that's a wash, plus intelligence of 2? Like, I don't, with what you have planned, with the way you want to go with the character, neither of these are bad, and it's a semantic difference which one is better, and that comes down to how you choose to play the character and how the GM chooses to manipulate your backstory. So I think either answer is a good one, and both will make a fun character to play.
Okay. To which case, because since I've given a bit of my backstory, and we know therefore people could be coming after us as a group once they find me, I'd like to ask the opinions of my fellow players, which they think sounds, frankly, more fun / useful to the group.
Criminal.
I definitely like the criminal language. That would definitely help us out, I think.
That's pretty unanimous then there, buddy.
Yeah. Having said that, I'd like to make... Having said that, I'd like to see if we can make one provision, and this is only at the GM's discretion. Could we revise the ability to scores to 2 dex, 1 charisma?
Instead of putting 1 point in your class's main stat?
See, that's where we run into it, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I won't be proficient in persuasion either way. Nope, you are correct, sir. You are correct. Keep it standard. Keep it standard. Yep.
I mean, you're going to be really good with finesse weapons.
I'm going to be keeping in mind I only have access to simple weapons. That means daggers only right now.
For now.
But for now.
Space daggers.
Space daggers.
Space daggers.
But yes, I think therefore we go with the original plan and go with the criminal.
Yep.
Oh, that's
Which means
adorable.
disarming traps and opening locks is something we can do. Since I have the tool proficiency.
Yep.
That's going to help.
Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to get everything refreshed and where I want it to go. So languages, we're going to go with Common and Thieves' Cant and Gnomish.
Yep.
Tool proficiency, Teeth.
Those tools.
Teeth.
Yep. Teeth.
And feet, Alert. Which isn't quite alertness, but that'll work for now.
Oh.
All right. So that is now that background, and now we move on to Ari for the last of our background options.
Okay. So I hadn't really thought of a specific background so much as I thought of I intend to play the character kind of definitely having a case of been there, done that, playing it a little bit with a bit of a sense of humor or perhaps bemusement.
Okay.
So I feel like this is my retirement job, right? Like I've already done the hard shit, and I'm just kind of laughing off almost everything we run into. I don't even know why I think that. It just sounds like, like I've already, I don't know whether that would be some kind of war veteran thing or...
We could definitely go with a veteran thing. We could also just go with Wild Spacer, aka, I've seen some things.
Right, there's definitely
out here in the
some
void.
sort of element of I've seen some things.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's cute. Not really scary though.
And I like it because it works because it's the same idea as Noctis's, but just traveling in a different direction. So they won't overlap too much.
If we're having a buddy system, if we're having partners, maybe I found you and dug you out of wherever you are or whatever, depending on what your story is.
Haunted one. I mean, again, character, not player.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't intend to play it as paranoid or as that you would expect that background to be. It's going to be the opposite. Like,
that's going to be
whatever.
bacon. So let's go with Wild Spacer.
Okay.
I missed something. What did I miss?
No, just us talking out.
Open these up again.
I've got a silly question. Where does class show up in your character card?
It kind of doesn't.
Okay.
It'll be under features. There will be a line under features once you have one, but we haven't assigned any yet. Okay. So Wild Spacer. And all right, so Wild Spacer, that'll give you athletics and survival.
Okay.
And then you get navigator's tools, and which doesn't actually make sense.
Because there aren't any?
Because there aren't any, because you don't really navigate through the astral sea. You just know where things are. Because things are always moving.
Can you make it like a piloting bonus or something instead?
I mean, the problem is that this is specifically the wild spacer entry. So, like, this isn't us converting weird, something over, like, right? Yeah, that's...
Why would it not be written to make sense?
Vehicles, space. I also can't spell.
Spelling.
And navigator's tools. I mean, navigator's tools could still be useful, like, on world and stuff, so...
I guess that's what it is.
So there's times where that may still come into play.
Which way do we go? That way?
Towards the brightest star?
Or the dimmest. Depends on where you're trying to go.
And you have...
Of course, you can't see the dimmest one, but, you know,
You have tough, so you gain a hit points equal to twice your level when you gain this feat, and every time you level up, you gain an additional 2 hit points. So
nice. As I'm squishy, that'll be helpful.
Yeah, but you're racially squishy.
I'm supposed to be squishy is my benefit.
All right, so that is tough. And then your attributes, we are going to go with... You have strength and wisdom for your stats. Neither of which is going to be terribly beneficial to you. And... I'm going to say +1 strength, +2 wisdom, which, again, isn't terribly beneficial to you, but...
At least it creates a bonus.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So there you go. So that is everybody's backgrounds done.
Boo.
Boo. Bad stats. It happens. I mean, she started with an 18.
No, those aren't bad for me, Sanchiki.
Well, he meant bad stats to advance for
yeah.
That is a suboptimal background choice for the class, but you're fine.
Whatever.
All right, so now we're gonna have to do a deep dive real quick into a class. So, who wants to get dove on?
I'll go first.
Okay.
She's all ready.
I already, because I'm nuts and excited, I already made up Maeve Glitterwind.
I like it.
Hey, before we start, is there like a certain name type for jellies?
I don't know, because they've never existed in Spelljammer before, and I can't find a name for any. If I find any, I will let you know.
Okay.
I have a feeling they probably utilize nicknames a lot.
Yeah, probably. Do the cool one name thing, you know.
I mean, pretty much anything that they seem to be very like generic-y so far. If there's more information coming out, it just hasn't hit yet.
Okay, no problem.
But okay, so let's go here with Maeve. And I can close this window for now. And I can close that window for now. And so, level 1 cleric. The good news is we don't have a lot to do with class when we're talking about level 1 characters, right? Like there's level 1 characters you don't have to do a ton of class information for. So you do have to pick a domain, and we're probably going to go with nature, you think?
Yeah.
Okay, a nature deity of some kind, and we can kind of leave that information open for now.
So I just need to find a nature deity.
Yeah.
And pick one.
I mean, I'll find you a list. There's a bunch. You will get 8 hit points to start, plus the +1 for your constitution. So that's going to be 9 of 9 to start there.
Wow, that's okay. I'm low, but we are only level 1, so.
I mean, it's better than most. You can choose a. Let me check.
Yes.
You don't get any further martial weapon information or proficiency, so you're going to start with simply weapons. As far as your armor proficiencies, you get light armor, medium armor, and shields. You start with a mace or warhammer as a starting weapon. I would suggest probably the mace, or you can come up with something else that you want to use, but you want it to be a simple weapon because you don't want to have a weapon that you don't have the ability to use. Although arguably also at first level, the difference is only +1, so it doesn't matter.
I'm sorry, but I don't
know. You can start with either scale armor, leather armor, or chain. Since you went through all the trouble of throwing the stat in, I would say your best bet would probably be chain, because chain gets utilizes your strength, and it gives you the best bonus you can currently afford.
Chainmail it is then.
Okay.
Totally affects my character look, though. It won't look like the one I designed.
I mean, it's fine. I'm not as much of a stickler for that. It's okay. You can have either a light crossbow and 20 bolts, or another simple weapon of choice. Do you have a preference? As in, would you like a crossbow, or are you not going to bother because you can thorn whip?
I think I want a dagger.
Okay.
This time. And not sure. Do I want to? We could have a spiky bat, couldn't? Yes, we could.
I mean, that's pretty much what a mace is, arguably.
Arguably.
Well, how about a shiny, spacey, spiky bat?
Spiky bat it is. And do you want a shield for your character, or do you not want to have a shield?
Mm-mm.
Okay. You get saving throw bonuses for wisdom and charisma. Wisdom is the important one there. And you can choose 2 of the following skills: history, insight, medicine, persuasion, or religion. Looks like you had already chosen medicine and religion, because you already had them checked. So that'll work.
Yes, I already checked.
Yep.
Medicine and religion.
Other than that, so that should take care of everything other than your spell slots. As a nature domain cleric, you will get, here's what we were just talking about with potentially changing some spell options. You get speak with animals on your nature domain, which means I would re-choose the one from your druid choice, because you automatically get it in your domain, so you don't need it from the other choice, which means you can you can pick something else. And you also get animal friendship from your domain.
Since I'm not really good with people, I could do charm person. That would
It's an option.
In case of emergencies.
Although I think charm is also on the cleric list. We're gonna let it rest for now, and then that way we have more time to look it over, and you can kind of figure out what doesn't cross over that would be your best bet. Okay. we can give it some time. There we go. Always prepared. All right. So you have animal friendship and speak with animals because you are an acolyte of nature. And also you can learn one additional cantrip of choice from the druid list. All right. And you gain one of the following skills of your choice: animal handling, nature, or survival. You had already picked nature, so that's good. Bonus proficiency. At first level, you gain proficiency with heavy armor. I missed that the first time through, so...
Oh.
Yeah, well, yeah.
For my cantrip, my third cantrip, I think I'll go with Thunderclap. It seems very useful.
It's a solid one.
Suddenly I have AC/DC going through my head.
No,
so sorry.
I love that song.
That's the one. That's the one.
I love that song.
All right. So there you go. Aside from picking one other druidic first level spell that isn't a cleric spell, and that might not be the easiest thing to do because you already grabbed, 2 of them with this. But there you go. That is your character set for first level.
Okay.
And that is your race, that is your class, that is your background, that is your attribute bonuses, that is your 3 languages. You have no immunities, no special traits.
No.
That is pretty straightforward. I mean, there's a couple fill in the blank kind of things. Also, I will go in and add all of the cleric spells to your cantrip and first level lists so that you can so that you always know that they're there, because as a cleric you have access to the everything in the cleric list. Panjiki is suggesting either Fairy Fire or Goodberry from the druid list. Both of those are excellent choices.
What does Goodberry do?
It allows you to make a handful of berries, and each berry is an entire day's worth of food.
Ooh, I want that.
And Fairy Fire allows you to basically mark a 20 by 20 area, and everyone in that area gets lit up by fairy light, which means invisible targets are no longer invisible, and everything else has advantage to be hit. And neither one of them are a cleric list, or on the cleric list. They're both druid only. I'm not going to, there's ways to get them other than druid, but cleric isn't one of them, so my argument stands. Fairy Fire or Goodberry? Fairy Fire or Goodberry?
Whether or not the DM's going to be throwing invisible people at us very often.
I mean, maybe I'll throw invisible things at you. Maybe I'll throw starvation. Maybe I'll throw both. You never know. It's fine.
It might also depend partially on what you pick, so,
Yeah, really.
He knows where our stat cards are.
I am creative sometimes. Who would like to go second?
Says second.
You guys mind?
No,
No, okay.
I'll get second one.
You.
I want to save my sheet for my own personal use, and I also want to smack my little picture on there.
I think you can put the picture up either way. If you can't, if you send it to me in Discord, I'll be able to update that. But you should be able to export to PDF, and then that will save your character sheet locally for you. The export to PDF is on the top bar right across from your name.
That's what I should do. I should go into Hero Forge.
They don't really have blobs in Hero Forge.
I think there's a way to not have a face though.
There's a way to not have a face and just kind of make your character more large a little bit. And instead of using a skin tone, use like one of the gem tones.
Yeah.
And you'll probably be okay. All right, who's going second?
I will go.
All right. Bacon.
Yes.
Did we do your race stuff? Did we miss your race stuff?
Well, there's a fair amount of race stuff, so I don't know that you actually did anybody's race stuff. Anybody's.
Did I not do
Yeah, I don't know that you did my race stuff. I don't know that I actually get much race stuff.
I know we put it in, but
I think it was just a conversation. Let me check the race stuff real quick. Yeah, we didn't. Yep, hold on. Check swing. Good call.
Where are you? Downloads.
There we go. Ardling, race stuff, dog stuff, cat stuff.
Cat stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem is there's so much less race stuff actually goes on the sheet now. Speed is 30. Lifespan is irrelevant.
No, I can't update the picture.
That's fine. Send it to me. I'll take care of it. Do you want to be medium, which is to say 4 to 7 feet tall, or do you want to be small, which is to say 3 to 4 feet tall?
It'd be cool to be 3 to 4 feet tall, actually.
Small you are.
There you go.
I can fit into small spaces, and I might have to climb up ladders, but I might like that because I'm a cat.
It's true.
That's true.
All right,
So I'm the
so
opposite of me. I won't be afraid of heights.
For features, I'm going to put in temporarily angelic flight, and I will fill this out later. Because it doesn't exist yet. And you also get thaumaturgy as a cantrip at level 1. Because of race stuff.
Oh.
I mean, you got a lot of good off-book cantrips and stuff now, so that's actually pretty useful. At 3rd level, you will get Divine Favor for free, and at 5th level, you'll get Restoration. Open and close unlocked doors is OP. It is. Okay, so now your stuff is done. And now Gordon Argentbelly.
Yep.
You are an autognome.
Do we want to do the race stuff first?
Yeah, I'm going to bounce that first real quick. You are a construct.
I am a construct.
So you're... I don't see a spot for it, so I don't care. Your size is small.
I'm only 3.5 feet tall.
I'm only 4.5 years old.
That's the one.
Your walking speed is 30 feet. You are encased in a thin metal or some other durable material. When you aren't wearing armor, your base armor class is 13 plus your dex modifier.
So I'm a 16 armor class wearing clothes.
You are 16 relatively naked.
Yep. Although I wouldn't commit that faux pas. I kind of like the outfit that you came up with. You'll see it later, guys.
Nice.
One of the things that I probably should have done was taken off the wings and then did another screenshot because the wings aren't there except for when I call for.
Well, unless you say, unless you didn't save it, you can still go back into it and do both.
No, I saved it.
Yep.
Who doesn't like that?
Body, wings, trash. Oh, so sad. So beautiful. I really don't know how to do this half as well as you can second.
It's fine. I've made 600 of them at this point, that's why.
If I could turn her face to, like, look at me while I'm looking at her kind of sideways, that would be nice.
Pose advanced features. It can be done. All right, so you have a starting armor class of 16, buck naked. Not at all shabby. Built for success. You add a D4 to one attack roll, ability check, or saving throw you make, and you can do so after seeing the D20 roll, but before the effects are resolved. You can use this trait a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest.
Yep.
Let's see if that is updated. Let's see if this is updated. This is updated. Holy crap. That means this is probably in there too. Built for success. Doesn't have a picture yet, but that's okay. It's in there.
But it is in there.
And healing machine. You can, with a use, this will come back to that conversation that Panchiki was having about how would you use hit dice in a system without short rests. Healing machine. If a mending spell is cast on you, you can spend a hit die, roll it, and regain a number of hit points equal to the number you roll, plus your constitution modifier to a minimum of 1. In addition, your creator designed you to benefit from several spells that preserve life, but normally don't affect construct, such as Cure Wounds, Healing Word, Mass Cure Wounds, Mass Healing Word, and Spare the Dying. So, if you are the target of mending, cast by yourself or anyone else, you have the opportunity to throw a hit die and then heal off of that. Mechanical nature, you have resistance to poison damage and immunity to disease, and have saving throws against being paralyzed or poisoned.
And I don't need to eat, drink, or breathe. Having said that, I will eat and drink in small amounts.
Yes. When you take a long rest, you spend at least 6 hours inactive, motionless instead of sleeping. However, you appear inert, but you remain conscious, which means you are the always on guard duty mode.
Yep.
Yay!
I have an image of Dot.
Yes.
All right.
And then the other really important bit, specialized design.
Specialized design. Choose tool proficiencies of your choice. Now hold on to that because you have those two plus the 85 that you get from being an artificer. Fortunately, you don't also get the 3 from being crafty, because then it would have just been clicking all the boxes.
Right. Well, as it is, I mean, since I already have thieves' tools from criminal, I will get Tinker's tools and 2 others, basically. And then the 2 more from Autonom. But we'll get there.
All right. So that takes care of your race stuff. So now we move on to your class stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Your class stuff is far less exciting at level 1 than it is at level 3 for an artificer. I speak from experience.
Yeah. We'll get there. We have to get there. It's fine.
All right, so you start with magical tinkering and spell casting. So there you go. You get to choose. Let's do this in order so we don't miss anything. You get 1d8 hit points
1d8
per
plus
level. Which at first level means 8 plus plus 1 for your constitution.
Right.
So you start with 9 and 9 of 9.
Yep.
And you have proficiency for light armor, medium armor, and shields.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to put on light armor and thus have your armor class go down?
No.
Weapon skills of simple weapons.
Yep.
Because he's a simple kind of gnome.
Yep.
Thieves tools. Because you already started with thieves tools, I'll give you a +1 for that. So you start with tinkerer tools and 2 artisan tools of your choice, and then also 2 tool proficiencies of your choice. So you will start with tinkerer tools and 4 tool proficiencies of your choice.
Right. I'm working on that right now.
Okay.
2. And they just went away.
Sorry, I hit the button.
2.
Ooh, another Spelljammer crew. Yes. Our crew is so far going to be an autonome artificer, a plasmoid warlock, a Thicreen gloomstalker, and a Ardling nature cleric.
Oh, there's the save. Tools are in.
Brewer's supplies, cook's utensils, jeweler's tools, leatherworking tools, tinker's tools, thieves tools. Perfect.
Good, like I said, I will feed the crew. Chopped cheese will be on the menu.
Nice. It's an inside joke, but it's not too bad inside. Okay, your saving throws are Constitution and Intelligence, which are the best saving throws for a caster. Constitution and your casting stat.
Yep.
Oh, artificers are so good. Choose 2 from Arcana, History, Investigation, Medicine, Nature, Perception, or Sleight of Hand, which you already have.
So I'm gonna go with. Oh no, not. Excuse me, that's wrong. Come on, give me that. There you go. I'm gonna go with Arcana and Investigation.
Okay.
May as well play to the strengths.
You will begin with 2 simple weapons of choice, light crossbow and 20 bolts, studded leather armor or scale mail, both of which you will immediately pitch off the side of the boat, thieves tools, and a dungeoneering pack.
Mm-hmm. So we will, 2 daggers.
Optional rule, firearm proficiency. The secrets of gunpowder weapons have been discussed in various corners of the D&D multiverse. If your DM uses the rules on firearms in the Dungeon Master's Guide and your artificers have been exposed to the operation of such weapons, your artificer is proficient with them. I am going to make the call that because gnomes are the second highest producer of firearms in the setting that in fact had firearms before any other part of Dungeons and Dragons had firearms, that your character will begin with the firearm proficiency for free. This means you know how to use them and you know how to make gunpowder. It is not as good as the GIF weapon, the GIF firearm proficiency, because that's basically firearms plus crossbow master squeezed into one.
Right.
But you can use firearms. You know of their existence and you can make gunpowder. You have magical tinkering. You get to play with your spells. You don't get infusions until level 2 because level 1 artificers are crap. You don't get a specialization until level 3 because level 1 artificers are crap. So that's a you kind of done.
Wow.
Let's go ahead. Can we put the firearm proficiency in?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
I can do that to make sure that we don't forget it.
Right. So, yeah. So, all I can do as far as that is 2 daggers, then the light crossbow. I will keep the scale mail for now. I won't use it.
Right.
But I'll keep it. Although, once I hit armor, I'm probably going to look for either half plate or full on plate.
Oh, yeah. I mean, once you have that armor, you just go full plate because there's no reason not to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at my point, yeah.
I mean, to the stealth, you can make an argument that there's a reason to only go with the half plate so that you don't get the stealth penalty, because then you can arguably get advantage on the sneakies. So
yeah. Okay. That's fair.
So it's a permanent -1 to armor class in order to get the option for advantage on stealth rather than just the option for not penalized on stealth. So, I mean, for certain builds, that's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you may be one of those builds.
Gets it. I am the Iron Man. That's right.
Yep. I am also going to pull over. You have resistance to poison damage and immunity to disease. I want to put those in here as well.
Oh, that reminds me. I wonder if... I know Sadie couldn't, but I'm wondering if I can. Because it really would be a waste to not do that now.
What's up?
I'm looking for a thing. There he is. Can I do it? Can I? Okay.
You're right, Pincheeky. I misspoke. Good call. Everything I said, but breastplate instead of half plate. But yeah, okay. So that's everything except alignment, which we haven't talked about at any point because I don't care.
I don't think it's relevant to this campaign at all.
I mean, here's my stance on alignment. After over 30 years of being a GM. If your GM can't tell if your character should be able to use something that says lawful good only, chaotic neutral only, yada yada only, if they're not sure, odds are the answer is no. Because it hasn't been obvious that you've been playing the character that way.
Right.
If you go to pick up the lawful good defender and your character thinks you should be doing it because your character thinks they're lawful good, but in fact the GM is like, you think you're lawful good, but you murdered 14 kids last week because one of them said Ia Cthulhu Vatan. Well,
right.
Now your character has reason to try to figure out how to be, in the GM's eyes, a better person.
Right.
So if you want that challenge to play with it, you play with it. If you think that the GM's making a wrong call, have a discussion with your GM away from the table, and they may agree with you. They may go, you know what? I hadn't thought about this and this and this. Sure, why not? But
right.
That's one of those things that you should be able to play. If you're playing your character correctly, your motivations and intentions should be known to the GM. Right. And if you're trying to intentionally play a character that's duplicitous, while acting duplicitous, discuss with the GM what your actual motivations and intentions are, because your motivations and intentions should always be obvious to the GM.
Right.
Because the GM can only tell the story that he knows you want told.
Right.
So I don't worry too much about alignment. If I'm like, you know what, your character is a naughty fucker, and you're like, no, I'm the good guy. Would you like to check the VOD? Like, you should be able to have that conversation. And if there's that much of a disconnect, either there's something wrong with the character, there's something wrong with the player, or there's something wrong with the GM, and that you have a discussion away from the table because something needs to be fixed.
Right.
All right.
Something right there.
That being said, I think Gordon Argentbelly is pretty well finished.
Yeah, baby.
Race, class, background, stats, skills, hit points. Next.
Who's next? You want to be next, Noctis, or you want me to?
Wait, did we have the inventory?
I didn't go in and hit them all because there were a lot of things where you could do options. So I'm just letting you do the options.
Oh, okay.
Because yours was like, choose one from this list, choose one from this list. And I know you know the lists, so it's okay.
I have the lists. Let me get in here.
And then, of course, also look up your cantrips because you start with 2. You don't.
And the first level spell as well.
Yeah, and the first level spell.
Yep. I'll get there.
He should be able to cash in his defunct armor for gold. He probably will. I mean, he probably knows a fence or 2. All right.
I know a guy. I love it. I'm an autonomous.
I was thinking about
That's so beautiful.
background.
Okay.
And I was thinking maybe me and Old Bacon Eater met when I rescued people from the natural disaster on whatever planet that was.
I mean, that would be for him to discuss with you if you guys want to go that route. The problem is that it's not impossible. It depends on how long ago he broke free of his programming. Because if that just happened, then that just happened. If it happened a long time ago and he might have met you then that could be a thing. If I know that he and Noctis had been discussing that they had served together on a ship. So that could be a thing. The thing that you did could arguably have been before he served on that ship or after he served on that ship. Like there's ways. So I will allow you guys to talk amongst yourself for that. Would Noctis or Ari like to build their character next?
You want to go or you want me to go?
Okay.
Okay, I'll go.
Okay. And now is where the fun begins.
Yeah.
We about to have some crazy shit go down. All right. Welcome to the first time playing a warlock.
Right. Yeah, I have no clue where I'm going with. No clue what direction.
And you're going to have to make some hard choices
anything.
really quickly.
Yeah.
Like level 1 hard choices. First off, you will get 2 first level spells and 2 cantrips that you know.
Okay.
Okay. So we will start with that. But I can't put your class level on yet because the first thing you have to do is choose an otherworldly patron.
An otherworldly patron.
This is the subclasses for warlock. Okay.
Okay.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Those guys.
Yeah.
Archfey, Celestial, Fathom. Those are the categories. Fathomless.
Yeah.
Fiend.
So I'm going to give you a quick overview of each one.
Yes, please.
And my opinions of each one. And Panjiki and Morden will probably also give
their
in chat. Yes. And other people also feel free to give in chat. Archfey. The idea of the Archfey patron is some powerful Fey being. Oberon, the Queen of Air and Darkness, Tatiana, the Green Lord. Something ridiculously powerful has granted you access to secrets of lore forgotten since before the mortal races were born.
Okay.
Okay. This gives you the spells Fairy Fire and Sleep, which aren't normally Warlock spells.
Okay.
Starting at first level, your patron bestows you the ability to project the beguiling and fearsome appearance of a fae. As an action, you can cause each creature in a 10-foot cube originating from you to make a wisdom save against your warlock spell DC. If they fail, they're scared.
Okay.
So that is a thing. I'm going to point out at 6th level, you would get Misty Escape, which allows you to poof and then teleport up to 60 feet away. So you could still be a blink blink. Although if you took a warlock of the Archfey as an astral elf and took Misty Step, you could blink, blink, blink.
Blink.
And you have other mind powers and illusory powers as you go along. So this is very much that very Sealy kind of build.
Okay.
The advantage to this is that your patron isn't necessarily evil. The downside is most of your stuff would be very enchantment-like. The powers, the bonuses you're getting. So the problem with enchantment-based stuff is that it is sometimes limited in accessibility. There's a lot of creatures that have shutdowns for it.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay.
Great old one because the abbreviation is GOO. Yes. Celestial. Your patron is a powerful being of the upper planes. You have bound yourself to an ancient Empyrean, solar, Kirin, unicorn, or other entity that resides in the planes of everlasting bliss. Your pact with that being allows you to experience the barest touch of holy light that illuminates the universe. The Celestial Warlock turns you into a healer. You get Cure Wounds, Guiding Bolts. You get Light and Sacred Flame as cantrips, so you get some damage that way. At first level, you get an ability to channel celestial energy to heal wounds. This is very much the cleric under another name.
Gotcha.
It's not a bad warlock path. It's not the best warlock path, and it would double up a lot with what Sadie's working with.
Yeah. So Sadie's already claimed
so
that.
it's not the best choice.
Yeah.
Warlock of the Fathomless. You have plunged into a pact with the depths, and an entity of an ocean, the plane of elemental water, or some otherworldly sea being now allows you to draw on its thalassic power. You gain Thunder Wave and Create or Destroy Water, and at first level you can magically summon a spectral tentacle that strikes at foes. As a bonus action, you create a 10-foot long tentacle at a point you can see within 60 feet of you. It lasts for 1 minute or until you use this feature to create another tentacle. When you create the tentacle, you make a melee attack against one creature within 10 feet. On a hit, it takes D8 cold damage, and its speed is reduced until the start of next turn.
Might be a Manowar.
Yes.
Portuguese Manowar.
Pretty much. And then you get a lot of abilities later on that involve swimming speeds, which is actually still useful in the Astral Sea because your ability to move when not on a boat is tied to your swimming speed or your flight speed.
It is swimming, okay.
So, Gift of the Sea. At first level, you gain a swimming speed of 40 feet and you can breathe underwater. The breathing underwater, not as important, but you could literally just levitate off the ship and just go.
Fun.
So there are certain advantages to this. Later on, they get a lot of water-based things, teleport to locations of water, stuff like that. Things that would still be valid in the campaign. This is very much designed for a nautical campaign. This isn't a nautical campaign, but it has enough ties to nautical stuff where the Fathomless would still be very valuable in this campaign.
And tentacles.
And tentacles.
Because
not the greatest of tentacles, but there are tentacles. Now, the entity that you may be attached to could be the plane of water, a prince of the plane of water, a kraken, an ancient water elemental, merfolk, demigods, sea hag covens. Like this one, this one is unique in that it can go good or evil or anywhere in between. And that's really rare amongst warlocks, which means Fathomless are that one type of warlock that when someone meets them, they go, are you the type we can trust or the type we can't? And then they just have to take your word for it.
And I always say yes.
Yes. And then they just have to take your word for it. So, yeah. Warlock the Fiend. Path of the Fiend. You've made a pact with a fiend from the lower planes of existence, a being whose aims are evil, even if you strive against those aims. Such beings desire the corruption and destruction of all things, ultimately including you. Fiends powerful enough to forge a pact include demon lords such as Demogorgon, Orcus, Fraz, Urblu, and Baphomet. Archdevils such as Asmodeus, Dispater, Mephistopheles, and Belial. Or Cass.
Yeah. We know these people.
This is very much the boomstick.
Okay.
If you want the ultimate blaster warlock,
right,
the Fiend is the way you go. And the neat thing about it is all of their expanded spells, all of the bonus spells that they get are the boomstick stuff. So you don't even need to use your warlock properties or warlock list spells to do damage. So it really opens up the opportunity to be a boomstick and also utility. Now, the flip side to that is warlocks have the best cantrip for doing damage in the game. They have a cantrip for doing damage in the game that works like a second level spell. And it increases as it goes up. So it's Eldritch Bolt. You can make a character that never does anything aggressive aside from Eldritch Bolt, and you'll still be in the top half of the damage dealing of the party.
Okay.
Like it's wrong. So
that part's covered.
So the Fiend is again that, do you want to go 90-10 or do you want to go 70-30?
Okay.
Also, it's very much a character concept thing. If Burn was a warlock, Burn would have been a warlock on the path of the Fiend. Like that's just, if this fits your character, this is what you go with. If not, this is probably not the best choice. Warlock for the Genie. You have made a pact with one of the rarest kinds of genies, a noble genie, or a genie noble, to be more accurate. Such entities rule vast feasts of the elemental planes, and they have great influence over lesser genies and elemental creatures. Noble genies are varied in their motivations, but most are arrogant and wield power that rivals that of lesser deities. They delight in turning tables on mortals, who often bind genies into servitude and readily enter pacts that expand their reach. With this one, it's a subclass that has 4 subclasses. You choose a plane, earth, air, fire, or water, and then you get abilities that tie to that plane via the Genie Noble.
Right.
They are of varying abilities as far as the spells go. I like the Earth one because it's a lot of area effect stuff, so it's very field controllery, but they're all kind of just around the area. They're not really, like, you don't take this list for the spells. You take this list because the Warlock of the Genie, at first level, your patron gifts you a magical vessel that grants you a measure of Genie's power. This vessel is a tiny object, lamp, urn, ring, stoppered bottle, small statue, whatever you want. Okay?
Okay.
You determine what the object is, and then as an action, you can magically vanish and enter the vessel, which remains in the space that you left. The interior of the vessel is a 20 by 20 foot area. Okay?
Okay.
Remember I Dream of Genie?
Yeah.
Yeah. You get to go into the bottle.
Nice.
You can, at later levels, pull one other person into the bottle with you.
Okay.
At later levels, you can take long or short rests at an accelerated rate when in the bottle.
Okay.
Also, this the Warlock of the Genie is the only character that can, like, travel from one location to another during a rest. I mean, technically you're on a boat, so now everyone would be able to because you're on a boat. But the idea is normally on a rest, you kind of have to remain in position. That's why you camp. Well, you could camp in the bottle, while someone else carries the bottle and you can move. Also, bag of holding, that 20 by 20 foot room of holding.
Right. In which I can organize things.
In which you can organize
and go in
things.
and out and get it.
Yes. You're limited in how many times you can go in and out in a day, but trust me, this is that's like the big thing is some of the spells you get an ability granted by your patron at a higher level. You get access to the wish spell if you make it to 9th level spells, because obviously you do. And the bottle. The bottle is the important thing. Like if you can figure out ways to use the bottle, the ring, the whatever, if you can figure out ways to use the genie trick, the genie trick becomes very useful for this class.
Okay.
Portable library, yes. Warlock of the Great Old One. Probably, arguably, this and the Celestial one are the most Spelljammer-y options. But it doesn't mean the other ones are bad.
Okay.
Okay. Your patron is a mysterious entity whose nature is utterly foreign to the fabric of reality. It comes from the far realms, from space beyond reality, and it could be one of the elder gods known only in legends. Its motivations are incomprehensible to mortals, and the knowledge so immense and ancient that even the greatest libraries pale in comparison to the vast secrets it holds. Cthulhu, Dendar, that which lurks. That's what we're talking about here.
Right.
Phenomenal cosmic entities, the likes of which even glimpsing the image of can scramble your brains.
Gotcha.
Your spell abilities are okay. You start with Dissonant Whispers and Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Not bad choices. Starting at level 1, you have an awakened mind. Your alien knowledge grants you the ability to touch minds of other creatures. You can telepathically speak to any creature you can see within 30 feet of you. You don't need to share a language with a creature for it to understand your telepathic utterances, but the creature must be able to understand at least one language. Also, they cannot communicate back this way. This is cast type speak. One direction.
Right. Okay.
This deals a lot more with mind stuff, and again, very Cthulhu oriented. This works well. This fits the concept of a warlock, arguably maybe even better than the Fiend, and the Fiend is the archetypical warlock. Selling your soul to Cthulhu in exchange for whispers, literally. So this is a great concept. But it's often one that's not terribly happy-go-lucky because Cthulhu. So unless you wanted to play,
the only great old one.
unless you wanted to play crazy, this usually skews on the side of more gothic than Guardians. Warlock Hexblade. You make a pact with an entity from the Shadowfell that manifests itself as a weapon. You have the ability to summon this weapon out of the ether. You just create it out of nothingness, and then basically you just get tons of benefits with this weapon.
Okay.
Spell list for first level is Shield and Wrathful Smite. Both are great. The spell list, as this goes on, in my opinion, kind of goes downhill. However, this one, you're not here for the spells.
Okay.
This one, you're here to be a mage with a sword. A magic sword that you control and create from another place. This one is very much a martial melee-based type of warlock. That weapon you could still utilize fine. You would just make sure that it's a finesse weapon, and you'd be good.
Right.
But this is this is the one type of warlock where you really don't have a lot to do with your patron. Like, this is I want to play a warlock, but I'm kind of creeped out by all the demonology stuff. So can I just have a magic sword?
Gotcha.
That being said, it is legitimately the strongest. If you wanted to talk meta speak and power creep, this is the most powerful version of a warlock you can play.
Okay.
Warlock for the undead. You've made a pact with a deathless being, a creature that defies the circle of life and death, forsaking its mortal shell, so that it might eternally pursue its fathomable ambitions. Yada, yada, yada. At first level, you manifest your aspect of your patron's deadly power. As a bonus action, you can transform into undeath. When transformed, you gain temporary hit points. You are immune to the frightened condition. And during each of your turns, when you hit a creature with an attack, you can force it to make a wisdom saving throw. And if it fails, it is frightened you until the end of turn. This is, I can never remember if it's the undead or the undying. No, this is the one of these two that is not terrible.
Okay.
It's not great, but if you really wanted to play a necromancer, this is the way to do it. The last pack is the undying.
Okay.
The undying is terrible, and do not play it.
Okay.
There's a reason why they redid it rather than use the undying in the book all about necromancy and undead. They changed it because they wouldn't use the undying because it wouldn't work.
Wow.
It's the undying. You basically get the ability to not be attacked by undead until you attack them first. Or someone in your party attacks them first. Hey, Gold Jacket. You get Spare the Dying as a cantrip for free. You get False Life, which gives you temporary hit points. And you can shoot a Ray of Sickness. Like, it's not good.
I don't think I'm going Necromancer this time anyway, because I just don't... to me, it doesn't match well with Jelly.
Jellymancer?
Yeah, Jellymancer. Like, it just...
Necrojelly?
Necrojelly.
While
certainly such a thing could happen, it's not really what I'm thinking.
All right.
So can you put up the master list in stream again?
Sure. Archfey, Celestial, Fathomless, Fiend, Genie, Goo, Hexblade, Undead, and Undying. Undying is no. Archfey is a happy one and very illusion based. Celestial is a happy one and very healing based. Fathomless is variable and very water based. Fiend is very unhappy and boom boom based. Genie is very variable and elemental based. You choose the element. Great Old One is very evil and generally Cthulhu based. Hexblade is very variable and generally I want a magic weapon based.
Right. So I don't really want to go dark or evil or anything. We're going far too goofy for that.
Right.
I probably don't.
Now, to that point, I will put out. You definitely have the acting chops to play a warlock of the Great Old One or a warlock of a fiend.
Mm-hmm.
And just have, Mephistopheles show up and be like,
"Look, I gave you these powers. Can you light something on fire already?"
But I just want to make sparkles.
Your sparkles light something on fire.
But boosh, like you could make that work and we could sell that if that's the character you wanted to play. It could work.
You could also sell it as the reason that nothing faces me is that you met my boss.
Yeah, and I mean that's the thing is like you're facing down an entire ship of vampirates or space clowns, and you're like, oh look, hi clowns, honk honk, and just being like everyone else is like, what the f are you doing? They're insane. They're cannibals. They're going to eat us. And you're like, they're cannibals. They eat meat. I'm made of goo. I don't care. And like you can be that crazy because then they're like, what's the f***ing wrong with you? And you're like, my boss is Cthulhu. Do you think anything we run into is going to scare me?
Right.
So there's that action too. Like, why aren't you afraid? My boss is Mephistopheles. They eat people. He roasts them alive for a century as a joke. I'm not worried.
My boss.
Yeah. So I mean,
I like the have you met my boss angle for sure. That is funny.
But again, you could do that with any of them too. Like that would still work with a genie.
Right.
That would still work with the fathomless. That would work with Oberon. That would work with Tatiana. That would work with the Green Lord. Like.
I was gonna say the Archfey, the Fathomless, or the Genie are very. I like the idea of it being so open-ended that I mean, again, find the face. I like the idea of it being so open-ended that whoever he runs into doesn't know what to make of me.
Right.
Because I can play it by ear. Oh, are you on our side?
The
Absolutely.
Archfey, man, Tatiana, she did some shit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Do you know why the Seelie are considered good guys? Because the Unseelie exist.
The Unseelie also
That's
exists,
the only
right.
reason. Yeah, like
the only reason.
I mean, you know, the Green Lord, good, bad. I'm the guy with the spear. Like,
right.
You don't mess with the Fae.
Yeah.
They will freaking frick you over.
Yeah. I mean, Archfey is fun for that reason because you never know what you're getting with them. That's the whole point of them. Fathomless are really just sea fae anyway.
True.
And somehow...
Yeah, they're somewhere between sea fae and almost the Great Old Ones, but have a sense of humor. Like,
yeah, I agree, Panchiki. Something about the Fathomless seems like it works very well with the space campaign. I am, after all, a jelly.
But Great Old One, I would also say, works for space for the same way because, cosmic horror, the first word of that is cosmic. So...
Right. And Genie could just as easily be pushed the same direction if you're picking either air or water.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think probably somewhere in those four. Hey, it's a good first narrow down.
Yep. If you want to take a pass and you want more time to think about it, we can go work on Noctis and then come back to you. Good night, Ace.
Good night, Ace.
Night, Ace.
Do I have that link to reread the details on those?
I can give you, yes.
And yeah, maybe take a few minutes to think about some different applications for those things.
That is the Warlock link, and then you scroll down that to Otherworldly Patron, and then you can just right-click, open new window for each of the patrons.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. I'm going to step away for just a second. I'll be back.
Okie doke. And we step over to Noctis. And so this is going to be a little bit more straightforward than a Warlock. Which is to say, not much really, because just about everything is more straightforward than a Warlock. It's one of the great things about Warlock is there are so many options for how you make the cat. Like, Warlocks are like, you have all of this, and then you streamline it into just this, and then you have to play with just this. So, we have a rogue. No, we have a ranger, not a rogue, other R word. Which eventually we're going to be going to Gloomstalker, but, not at first level. Yeah. You don't get an conclave until third. So, again, much more straightforward than a Warlock. Oh, Warlocks are so much work at first level. I mean, but the point is you get everything done early on, and then you're good. So, for you, your hit points are a D10 per level. Let me give you a... Bloop. So you have a 10 for hit points. You have a +2 for your constitution. So that's going to be starting with a 12. Because you are not tough. But that's fine. You have light armor, medium armor, and shields.
So nothing?
So, I mean, shield in a pinch.
Maybe shield. Maybe a shield.
You have simple and martial weapons, so weapons are all but firearms for you.
Well, really, only the two.
Right. Your weapons are all but firearms, which means you're two racial ones because, you're like that. No tool uses, and your saving throws are dexterity and strength. And you can choose 3 skills from animal handling, athletics, insight, investigation, nature, perception, stealth, or survival.
Stealth, perception, nature.
Stealth, perception, nature. Perfect.
I think we probably need to hit senses and languages, though. At some point.
Right, because we need to do your race stuff.
Yes.
Race. Because your race stuff is weird.
Mm-hmm.
Because your race stuff comes from a game world that doesn't even exist anymore. I really, really hope that that we get that.
Or at least they do something with it.
I would love a source book, even if you just make it an Unearthed Arcana and just throw it out there quick and dirty. But I would love some updated crazy desert survival. Your choice, your creature type is monstrosity, and so is your character. Your size is medium or small of your choice.
Medium.
Medium. You're the big boy in the group.
Oh yeah.
Chameleon Carapace. When you aren't wearing armor, your Carapace gives you a base armor class of 13 plus your Dex modifier. So, custom formula. You also have a naked armor class of 16.
Mm-hmm.
As an action, you can change color of your carapace to match the color and texture of surroundings, giving you advantage on stealth checks made to hide in those surroundings. Which is fun. You have dark vision of 60 feet. Wasn't a lot of dark vision going on. Just realized that.
Do I have dark vision? I don't think I do.
I don't think you do.
Because I'm a celestial being who takes the form of a cat.
I mean, that doesn't matter, but more importantly, yeah, you don't. No, you don't.
Nope.
You don't have dark vision. This is going to be fun. I can actually do nighttime stuff.
Yeah.
Lots of torches.
I'm going to need to make an adjustment then to my self at some point. Then I'll have to figure that out. Because I don't have dark vision either.
Yep. Fortunately, starting next level, you can build dark vision goggles.
Oh, yeah.
But only 2.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. All right.
Yeah, I got to think about that.
Spooky nighttime stuff coming.
Wow.
Secondary arms. You have 2 slightly smaller arms just below your primary set of arms. These arms can manipulate an object, open or close a door or a container, pick up or set down a tiny object, or wield a weapon that has the light property. Or arguably 4 shields.
I don't know. It may come to that depending.
When you really want to troll the bad guy, take 4 shields and raise your armor class by 8. Armor class 24, buck naked. And now spend your action to dodge. Sleepless. You do not require sleep and can maintain conscious during a long rest, though you still must refrain from strenuous activity to gain the benefit of the rest.
I was reading elves in the little thing you gave us, and I was surprised that they don't sleep. They don't sleep. They just meditate.
They trance. Yep. And Thrycreen telepathy. Without the assistance of magic, you can't speak the non-Thrycreen languages that your character knows because you don't have the right tongue. Instead, you use telepathy to convey your thoughts. You have the magical ability to transmit your thoughts mentally to willing creatures you can see within 120 feet of yourself. A contacted creature doesn't need to share a language with you to understand your thoughts, but it must be able to understand at least one language. Your telepathic link to a creature is broken if you and the creature move more than 120 feet apart, if either of you is incapacitated, or if either of you decides to hang up the phone. And remember, yours is unique in that it's a two-way conversation. So you can do a link to someone and then they can respond back to you and it's still perfectly silent. And this is one of the reasons why Thrycreen are terrifying rogues. Because the Thrycreen and the Autognome could sneak in someplace and have an entire dissertation about what they're scouting without saying a single word. And he's got armor of sneakiness that he made, and the other guy just blends in with the wall, literally. How many of those can you have at once? It doesn't currently say.
But I would say that is probably just peer-to-peer if you do allow more than one.
Yeah. My thought is I may allow him to broadcast to party as one option, or then peer-to-peer back and forth as another. This way he can talk to the whole party without having to go, I go over here, now I go over here, now I go over here, now I go over here, because that's just going to be frustrating for me. So I may allow him to do it just a broadcast to party, hey guys, this is what I'm about to do. But they can't respond back, and they would have to actually talk, which he can understand. He just can't speak. And if he wants to have a one-on-one telepathic conversation, it's one-on-one. I may change my decision on that before next weekend. Who knows? But that's where I'm currently laying on it. And that is our Thrycreen stuff. I keep going back and forth on those secondary arms because, like, on one hand, they're not nearly as useful as they used to be because you used to be able to get a whole bunch of extra attacks because you could have multiple sets of weapons and stuff, and you really can't anymore. But at the same time, they are going to allow you to do a ton of non-combative things in the middle of combat. Like, if you guys are trying to grab a thing and run away with a thing, well, you can grab the thing. You can grab the football and have the football in these two arms down here while these two arms are still fighting. And no one else would be able to do that. You could have the football down here. As a spellcaster, the ability to hold a wand in a small hand and do semantic actions from the secondary arm while fighting sword and shield means you never need to take Warcaster.
Right.
Like, there's a lot that it can do that isn't what it traditionally historically did, but it now does instead. So I've seen a lot of people say that it's great. I've seen a lot of people say that it should have been better. I'm just going to say that we'll see how creative Noctis is.
I've already had some experience with that. Let's go.
All right, so that takes care of your race stuff. So now we'll do your ranger stuff. So we did the skills. Equipment. You can get scale mail or leather armor. For weapons, you get short swords or 2 simple melee weapons. We already know what you're going to pick for that, and we already agreed that we're going to change your longbow and quiver to a bunch of your throwing daggers. The reason is Thrycreen have a couple unique weapons. So We're just going to give you a Githka. And I'm going to just give you like 8 Kachka.
And I should be able to make those as well, yes?
Yeah.
Given sufficient time and
Given
material.
sufficient time in a rather sharp piece of rock. Yeah, I mean, they're...
Well, it's sand, sappy, plant matter, and bit.
Yeah, like it's not a big deal. Also, you'll be able to teach the artificer how to make them, and then he can just kind of like crank them out of anything.
Yeah, I was actually just thinking of that. You know, if we used slightly more durable material,
you wouldn't have to keep remaking them.
Well, there is also that, but I'm fairly certain we could. I mean, these are great, but we can make them better.
Would you prefer a Dungeoneer's pack or a Explorer's pack? I kind of feel like the Explorers makes slightly more sense. Tinderbox, torches, 10 days rations, water skin, hemp rope. Dungeoneer's pack, crowbar, hammer, pittance, 10 torches, tinderbox, 10 days rations, water skin. Like the Dungeoneer's pack is better, and you can make the argument that you've gotten more stuff since you've left world. But I think the Explorer's pack makes more sense for where you came from. Yeah. But you can make a decent argument for either one.
I mean, the Explorer's pack sounds better fitting.
Okay. Yeah. Done and dusted. So, as a ranger, you have the option of either having favored enemy or favored foe. Favored enemy, you choose a specific type of enemy, and you always have benefits against that type. Favored foe, when you hit a character with an attack roll, you can basically decide to the old hunters mark them, and they become your favored enemy for 1 minute or until you lose concentration. I will tell you that meta-wise, favored foe is probably slightly better. Character-based wise, I think favored enemy makes more sense because we both know what enemy you're going to choose, and you want to go and murder as many of those as you can. So, yeah, right. but I don't think either one is an invalid choice.
Yeah, I'm thinking favored enemy.
Okay. Yeah. Favorite enemy, squid heads?
Oh yeah. Because what's not to hate?
You know, someday somebody will create an NPC of a happy, lovable illithid mind flayer, but it won't matter because he'll just get murdered.
Oh yeah.
Technically, you choose a type such as aberration, beast, celestial, yada yada. So we're going to say that this will work. Mind flayers, if I remember right, are aberrations. So arguably, it works for all aberrations. But I just put mind flayer because that's what we know. What's going to happen? Did that, done that, and yes, got murdered fast. Yep. Hi guys, I'm here with the secret of. Oh, fun.
No, you're here with the secret of die.
Yeah. You have advantage on wisdom checks to track your favorite enemy, as well as intelligence checks to recall information. You learn one language of your choice that is spoken by your favorite enemy if they speak one at all, which I believe is Abyssal. Oh, we didn't do your languages. So Abyssal and Thrakreen, which is its own language, and Common, and one of choice.
If I remember correctly, or this is getting into the favorite foe thing, most of their minions speak Undercommon.
Yep.
Yeah, or is it Deep Speech? It's one of the two.
I'm just going to hit Undercommon for now, but I'll double check, and we know that that's what you want. Yeah, hunting aberrations is great for the Astral Sea setting. Yeah, I agree. Like, a Gloomstalker Ranger that hunts aberrations is going to have no shortage of targets in a Spelljammer campaign. Aberrations or monstrosities, like they're just going to be everywhere.
Target-rich environment.
At first level, you are particularly familiar with one type of natural environment and are adept at traveling and surviving in such a region. I assume you're going to choose desert?
Yeah, because or is there a... Nah, background-wise, yeah, desert.
Yeah, because it's Arctic, coast, desert, forest, grassland, mountain, swamp, or Underdark. Like, planet of origin wise, you got nothing but desert.
Yeah.
So it's really, you can either go with I lived my whole life in this, it was a different ball of sand, but I know how to survive on a ball of sand. Or you could go with after I left my world, I got stuck in insert terrain here, and I had to learn how to adapt, so I'm really good at that one. So you can do something other than desert if you wanted to work that into the story, but I mean, the easy, simple answer is definitely going to be desert.
Yeah, the only other option I can see is maybe Underdark.
Yeah.
For the story that I had in mind.
Tell you what, we'll leave it as Natural Explorer on your card, and you can think on it and just decide which direction you want the character to go. I haven't used it yet, so it's fine. Or Deft Explorer, the optional. Okay. Also, thank you, Cheeky. Instead of Natural Explorer, you could choose an option Deft Explorer instead. You gain no benefit from the replaced feature. However, you are unsurpassed explorer and survivor, both in wilderness and in dealing with others on your travel. You gain the Canny ability, and you gain an additional benefit when you reach 6th or 10th. Canny is you choose a skill proficiency, and that proficiency is doubled for any ability you make using the chosen skill, and you can read and write 2 additional language of choice. So you can basically either be really good at surviving in deserts, or Deft Explorer is basically really good at traveling. Not going to say that that's also not appropriate for a Spelljammer campaign.
It really isn't.
Yeah.
It's really kind of appropriate, but... I mean, just a little, little.
I mean, yeah, you get expertise for free for, like 1 expertise slot. Not bad. Not necessarily where you were going with the character, but definitely something you want to consider before you decide to just go with desert.
Yeah, because I mean, really with his arc, he hasn't really done anything in the desert for a year.
Right. So you could just go, I'm really good at spotting and just get expert in perception, or I'm really good at survival or stealth, whatever. Like, if you want to go that direction with the character instead, then Deft Explorer would probably be a better choice than
that's actually sounding like a little bit better.
Now, unfortunately, the second half of Canny is absolutely useless to you. Like, actually, no. I'm going to have to walk that back. Because I was about to say knowing more languages is useless to you because of your telepathy. But the way your telepathy works, it is still a benefit for you to know the language. So, okay. So we'll do that. Basically, just pick 2 other languages and which skill you would like to have expert in rather than just proficiency in.
This race doesn't have a biological incapability of speaking other languages.
There's a difference between speaking and understanding.
I'm asking, is it limited to understanding?
Yeah, for him, for you, learning Thrakreen basically means only understanding, not speaking. For him, every single language but Thrakreen means only understanding, not speaking.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But
We'll go with
again, if he's trying to scout, if he's trying to check an area ahead of time, you know, he's not going to mentally connect with the guards to listen in on their conversation. He's going to have to just hear what they're saying. So multiple languages is actually good.
Yeah.
I think we'll go for expertise and stealth.
Okie doke. I mean, a +7 at stealth at level 1 ain't bad.
It's kind of
Especially when you remember that you also get advantage if you take a second to make sure that you know the curtains match the drapes. So, you know, +7 and advantage. I mean, not the best stealth at level 1, but definitely in the top 5. Yeah. Probably top 2. For the record, my opinion, the best stealth in level 1 is a druid. As long as your GM allows you to change into tiny creatures that don't have a stat block and just say, I have a hit point of 1.
Right.
Because no matter where you're trying to scout out, something in there has rats or bugs, or you can't make a druid at level 1 can infiltrates not by making themselves invisible, but by making themselves unrecognizable. They're just part of the local scenery and nobody cares.
Right.
Okay, so that is race, that is class, that is hit points, that is items. That is a first level ranger, because rangers at first level are easy because most of your stuff doesn't start until 3rd. We just had this conversation with artificers. Although you at least get some stuff at first. Artificers are nothing. Nothing at first. They make up for it real quick though. Trust me. But yeah. Okay, so that's good. But yeah, I think you're done. I don't think we missed anything this time. You don't have any specific so you get the something else I've noticed, like all of the classes now, all the races now get some kind of defensive property. Like it's not written that way, but you either get an armor class bonus or you get resistances to certain types of damages or resistances to certain conditions. Like everything has some kind of defensive capability. The Thrakreen's is just armor class, which I mean ain't a bad one. Armor 16 and nobody can affect it, and you're immune to heat metal because heat metal murders characters.
Yeah,
that it does.
Want to murder a paladin? Hide in a box and cast heat metal. If he is a level 8 paladin or lower, he can't live long enough to take the armor off.
Wow. Yeah.
In my case, just hide in the bush.
Yeah. Like, it's so broken. All right, so Ari, we come back around. We come back around to your warlock. What are you thinking?
Yes. I definitely haven't narrowed down to I either want to do the Fathomless or the Great Old Ones, because I cannot get away from
Tentacles.
Cosmic Space Squid. Yeah. I cannot get away from Cosmic Squid. Tentacles just seems to have leapt out at me. Don't worry, not Mind Flayer style.
All right,
but it won't be the first time I've done space tentacles.
So the question becomes, if we're going to look at these two, do you want something that is mostly water-based? Like, so you have water-based abilities, you have gust of wind, lightning bolt, sleet storm, control water, summon elemental, big beast hand, which appears as a tentacle. I love that recolorization. That's beautiful.
Yes.
So, at level 6, you're resistant to cold damage. At level 6, your tentacles of the deep can defend you and others interposing in between them.
Yeah, that one's really nice.
Yeah, and at level 10, you learn Navard's Black Tentacles, and at level 14, you can...
Which, by the way, you get with either of those subclasses.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot going on here.
It's just tentacles.
You will learn to love seeing the word Hadar show up in your spell list. If the spell says Hadar, just take it.
Okay.
Hell, your patron could even be Hadar. And that could be for either one, technically.
That's great.
Cheeky nods vigorously. For Great Old One, Dissonant Whispers, Tasha's Hideous Laughter, Detect Thoughts, Phantasmal Force,
Yeah, that's my
Clairvoyance
old
Sending.
Magic Blue Black deck.
Yeah, like Great Old One is more mind trickery and like Great Old One is psyops. It's psychological.
Right.
It's that kind of stuff. If that's the way you wanted to play the character, it's a solid choice.
I hadn't thought of it originally, but honestly, either one I could see fitting with the character's personality or whatnot.
Yeah.
I don't know if either one fits better with directions anyone else, the other players or you, were hoping to go with the style or mood of the campaign. It's not that using the Great Old Ones is going to put a negative mood on the campaign. I can still be very positive, and just you really don't want to see why you don't want to mess with me kind of things.
Right.
It's fine. I'm not using it on me and you. And yes,
I don't
as
like the idea of
out,
the first one.
The Fathom?
The Fathomless.
Yeah.
I mean, both work. Like, it's a nautical campaign set in space. Like, you're splitting hairs either way.
Yeah.
Like I said, it really just comes down to where you want the direction of the character to go. If the Fathomless is going to give you the advantage of the Great Old One, the goo gives you advantage of it does everything in the mind and controlling and manipulating the mind. And then the Fathomless gives you the advantage that it gives you literally everything but.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Like, if you want to do that kind of mental manipulation, what is real, what is fantasy, like you'll touch a little bit on the Fae in that. It's like you can play with,
right.
Is this world an illusion? We are traveling through worlds. Do you realize we don't age in the astral sea? Do you realize no one knows why? Do you realize that we can breathe in the astral sea? Do you realize no one knows why?
Right.
Are we actually here? Are we actually breathing? Or when we go from wild space to wild space, are we just dead until we live again? Like, you can do that kind of with the Great Old One. Right. Or you can go Fathomless and go, do you know that we don't age and don't breathe when we're in the astral sea? Isn't that great? Like, it's just, as the face of the group, is one stronger than the other?
Wow, that's a really good question.
It is.
Detect thoughts, thought shield, create thrall, sending, dominate person. If you're concerned that your face isn't going to be able to talk their way through the things and needs to instead double down on magicking their way through the thing,
right,
a Great Old One wins by a mile. Because
the Great Old One becomes the social sorcerer.
Yes, because the Great Old One gets that Dune like weirding way kind of thing of
right.
I think that it would be best for you and me if you did this, and I'm going to use my charisma, my persuasion to try to get this to happen, and I think this is what's going to be best for everyone involved. Oh, I rolled a 2? That's nice. Do it anyway.
Right.
Yep, that's what I was waiting for.
So there's that. However, if you think that you're going to be able to do it, or you think that it might be fun to miss and then have to come up with a way other than talking to handle the thing, The Fathomless then has the key, because then it's, so you're going to attack us instead, huh? All right, summon elemental. Hey,
yeah,
Cresty, can you go handle this for me?
Right.
It's
a very flashy elemental thing instead.
Right. I think where it comes down to, for me, if I was choosing between these two, is what vibe do I want for my character? If I want a Cthulhu-esque, dark horror, psychological vibe, Great Old One wins by a mile. If I want a more traditional Western fantasy vibe, the connection to an elemental plane, utilizing the magic of that plane, bending it to my will through my patron, like more Merlin-esque kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. I think the Fathomless wins by a little bit.
Wow.
Neither one of these is a bad choice.
Right.
Both of these have the ability to get what you want. And unfortunately, where the Fathomless becomes the S+ tier is if you're playing a nautical campaign that is actually on the water.
That's actually nautical.
Because then your opponent's just...
Right. And it's not, although of course the GM can choose to use that advantage for us whenever he wants.
Yeah, I mean, there will be some times where you will actually have to land on a planet, and when you do, there's a chance that you might be landing on water, depending on what kind of boat you have, and if you or there will be water nearby. Like, one of the things that a lot of people go with the Fathomless is, they lose most of their properties if they're not in a water-based campaign. To which, generally, my response is, you realize Earth is a water-based campaign.
Right.
Like, every campaign has rivers. Every campaign has lakes.
Right.
Like, there is water everywhere. It's natural. It is necessary for most races in the game to survive. So you're going, and when there isn't any, create or destroy water. And now there is. Like, this is a class that if you get your hands on on anything that can produce water, a never-ending tankard, the decanter of endless water, anything like that, like, you immediately have a power source. And these are common magic items. They're not hard to find or buy. So every campaign is water-based. And I agree, the swim, fly, astral sea speed is pretty key. Like, the ability to, just from level 1, if you need to leave the boat to do something and you're in the envelope of the boat, or in a boarding action with another boat, your movement speed is 40 feet.
And that is a thing that will come into play. Constantly.
And you also, because of your background, have 0G maneuvers. So, literally for you, you will be equally as plasmoid, surprising. You will be equally as comfortable on ground, in the astral sea, in a real ocean, anywhere but in the actual fucking air.
Right.
Yeah, you will move faster floating than you will running across the deck. So it's one of those things that's not normally a major thing, but because of the way this campaign works, literally whenever you're on the boat and you're in the middle of a combat encounter, your movement action is, I jump. And now that I've used an athletics or acrobatic action to get my feet off the deck, my movement speed is 40.
But I thought we had air in the ship. I'm confused.
You do. Mm-hmm. But you're in... It's in an astral envelope, which means you have air and artificial gravity, but your character can also move in a way that you don't need to worry about the gravity, and you'll be able to do even more.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, in a purely, warring sense manipulative, I can definitely see, easy ways to overpower the Great Old Ones. I just I love that concept, but I just think that the Fathomless better fits the campiness we were trying to capture here.
The Fathomless,
really that.
the Fathomless better fits the campiness. The Great Old One better fits the subversion of either the campaign or the subversion of the trope. Like,
right.
My perfect example, because we keep coming back to Guardians of the Galaxy.
Right.
The Great Old One Warlock is dealing with Star-Lord's father in the second movie.
Oh.
All of a sudden, got real, and got serious, and Star-Lord was still campy, but the world around him had turned dark and hard. And that would be Great Old One. You would still be you. You would still do the things you were doing, and you would joke with whatever Great Old One you were dealing with. Like, you would occasionally, instead of saying that which lurks, you would say, well, my patron is Lurkadoo. Like, you could do stuff like that.
Right.
But then when it comes time to pay the piper's going to show up and just be hard. And in that moment, the party's going to go, oh, we're at big boy pants time.
Right.
But
and just not even use that stuff most of the time until
So Great Old One becomes a subversion of the campaign, but then most of the time it's the inverse, and it's the subversion of the Great Old One, which is you're doing stuff, having fun, relaxing. Meanwhile, Cthulhu is wrapping his forehead in a tentacle going, I told her to make mischief and destroy minds, and she's out there playing parlor tricks with ancient secrets, and I don't even
hurts.
Know. Right. So, like, there's a little bit of that. So, but I definitely, neither one is bad. If it was me, it would depend on, honestly, what I had for lunch that day. Like, because I like playing the psychological game. And if I want to play the psychological game, a Warlock of the Great Old One is the way to do it. Like, you can do some things playing a Warlock of the Great Old One. But if I wanted to just be Stephen Strange, I would choose Fathom.
Oh.
If I wanted to be Merlin, if I wanted to be like that traditional tropey D&D wizard, except I don't need a book, I have a spell daddy. Then I go Fathomless. I think either way you're going to enjoy the character.
Yeah, like it's funny how different they are and how hard it is to decide, because I can picture it either way. Roll the dice, let the gods decide. I mean, if my party has an overwhelming preference as players, since I don't think I'd mind doing either one, since I think I'd enjoy either one.
It's tough.
It is, right? Thank you.
I think either one would be brilliant.
Both good.
I honestly think for ease of use and for like campaign facilitation, okay, I think Fathomless in the setting has a slight nod.
Because we're doing Counterblast?
Yeah, because we're doing Counterblast. And because of this, honestly, because of the swim speed. Like, if that one property wasn't there, and I think Panchiki would agree, if that one property wasn't there, it's a lot easier to say go with the goo. But because the breathe underwater isn't going to matter, but that swimming speed of 40 feet in a campaign where you are constantly on the astral sea, and you get that at first level.
So I'm just detaching from the ship and becoming part of the astral sea instead of bothering with the ship.
Once you get outside the bubble,
or even just inside the bubble, not on the deck. Like, if she has to do, like, if the captain needs one of you to scrape barnacles or to scrape sea leeches off the ship, any of the rest of you trying to do it, you will be able to move in the astral soup, but your swim speed will be 15 feet. because it will be half of your movement.
Right.
By comparison, a Fathomless Warlock is moving at 40.
Yeah.
Like, it's not 10 feet more, it's almost triple.
Okay. Yeah, I think the mood of the people in general is leaning towards Fathomless.
Yeah.
Honestly, the only reason I would say go goo is because I was a cleric of the goo in that one shot.
Yeah.
That's
right.
it. That's it. No, you know what? The Fathomless, I think, is just the way. That's the feel.
And it's weird because it was never designed for Spelljammer. Like, when this came out.
Right.
I mean, when this came out, obviously they were working on Spelljammer, but I don't think this was written with Spelljammer in mind, really.
No.
But I feel like this works incredibly well. All right, so
yeah, like I think if we were planning to turn the dark version of this, then goo would be the way to go. But
we're just not going that way.
I really don't think we want to try to do that. Like, even if things get serious, we can get serious in another way.
All right, so please choose.
So hard.
Would you like to be medium or small? Hi, Rose.
Hi, Rose.
Back lurking. Hi, Rose.
Does it really matter? What do we already have?
We have 2 smalls and a medium.
I'll go medium then. Balance it out.
All
Too
right.
small to medium. Exactly, Panchiki. That's what I was thinking. I'll go whichever one we have less of.
Your walking speed is 30 feet. And I'm going to note a swim speed of 40 feet.
Swim speed of more than that.
It
works very well with
the more I've thought about it, the more we've talked about it, and Panchiki kept screaming it in chat. Like, that, for this setting, that is just so clutch. He's right. It's like 2 free feats. Or a feat in a fighter fighting style. Yeah.
I mean, if you're in a large gravity well, you're going to have to. But once we're shipborne, you're done.
Okay, Amorphous. Do we have race features? Do I still have that open? Let me open it again. Okay.
Creature type, you are an ooze.
Yes.
Luther hates me.
Amorph House. You have dark vision.
He needs legs. I don't need legs. I have dark vision. Right, because I don't really use eyes.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make a difference to me.
Dark? What's dark? Hold breath. You can hold your breath for up to an hour.
Oh, does that include out in space?
Yes. That mostly includes out in space.
I have good.
Natural resistance. You have resilience. You have resistance to acid and poison damage, and you have advantage against saving throws against being poisoned. So that's.
So eventually, I'm not going to be able to be poisoned or frozen.
Yeah.
I mean, that's still only a few things, but you know.
Those are not words.
Whoops.
Shape shelf. You can reshape your shape self. You can reshape your body to give yourself a head, 1 arm or 2 arms, 1 or 2 legs, and a makeshift hands and feet, or revert into a limbless blob. While you have a humanoid shape, you can wear clothing and armor made for a humanoid of your size. As a bonus action, you can extrude a pseudopod. Try to have Hadar as your patron, but get Hagar the Horrible by accident. No! I aimed for Hadar the Horrible, and I had a typo.
Hate it when that happens.
Also, I'm going to tell you, keep track of this bonus action pseudopod trick. Like, how many times do players get locked in a prison cell?
Right.
I mean, first off, if it's a normal prison cell, you can T1000 through the bars.
Right.
Second off, if they've made it too tight for you to T1000 through the bars, you can, go, okay, so the keys are over there, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot that can be done with that. And again, I think that this is a great race to do with a warlock because it's, again, you don't get a lot, but you have a lot of tricks and power stunts you can do with the things that you get.
Right,
so
it's all freaking power stunts.
Again, it's going to be one of those you have to be creative, but if you're creative, you can get a lot.
Right.
All right, warlock. 1d8 hit points per level. +1 from your constitution.
Yeah.
+2 from your toughness.
Nice.
Because you get to start with toughness now, which is broken.
It is broken. I'm a tough little puddle of goo.
She was once a tough little puddle of goo. All right.
Morph into a werepuddle. Can I hide that way?
Yep.
Yeah.
Especially for anyone that doesn't know better.
Yeah. So again, I really just have to think T1000. I'm probably slightly more limited than that, but...
Not by much.
But not by much.
Not by much. Again, 1 inch. Not by much.
Yeah.
Even the same trick of punch holes in a thing, slide through. Yeah, you can do that.
True.
All right, so level 1
I have just
warlock
like this
of the
1
Fathomless.
inch like power chisel thing, whatever, that just plugs 1 inch holes in things. I have a hole puncher.
Get a piercing weapon rather than slashing.
Yeah.
That's the answer. Like a military pick. Ka-thunk.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that, a hole. Have a collection of dyes instead of clothes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or the bug with
Oh,
the
yeah. All the Wilton food coloring? Yeah.
All right.
I just have this case that I open it up and there's just a bunch of, Wilton food coloring in it.
I'm also going to point out our warlock.
I feel like being purple today.
I'm going to point out our warlock has our second highest starting hit points.
Yep.
That's just wrong.
It is wrong.
Light armor, simple weapons. You do not get shields.
Sure.
You can learn shields, but you don't get them. Saving throws are wisdom and charisma. Choose 2 of the following skills: Arcana, Deception, History, Intimidation, Investigation, Nature, or Religion.
Deception, I'm going to need that if I'm a face.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Persuasion isn't on that list, but I'm sure you'll pick it up somewhere along the way.
Yeah, pick that up.
Arcana, Deception, History, Intimidation, Investigation, Nature, and Religion.
That's right.
What's investigation used for?
Examining an object. Perception is surveying an area. Investigation is surveying an item. Is the short version.
Okay. One was easy, the others...
What was the easy one? Deception.
Deception,
Right.
Yeah. The others,
Well, let me throw it this way. Is there anyone in the party that took
any of the
Arcana?
Yo.
Okay. We have Nature.
Right.
We don't have History. We have Investigation.
Yep.
So History, Intimidation are the only skills that aren't currently in the party.
Right.
Now, Intimidation is charisma
intimidation
based.
is the flip side of charisma, right? Is the flip side of the face thing. So there's a certain logic to that. Yeah. Yeah, let's just stick with that theme.
Right. Because also remember, you know how to use intimidation for, for good, not for just for evil. So you'll find utilizations for the skill. All right.
And I'm a freaky blob, so.
So yeah.
Sure.
Would you like a light crossbow and 20 bolts, or would you like a simple weapon? I'm going to tell you don't need a light crossbow because you're a warlock, which means you have...
I have ranged attacks.
Which means you have the bolt. And that's all you need as a warlock. So you don't never pick up a ranged weapon of any kind. It's only going to slow you down.
So a simple weapon that punches 1-inch holes in things?
Yeah.
I would like a weapon that punches 1-inch holes in things.
Club, dagger, dart, great club, hand axe, javelin, light crossbow, light hammer, mace, quarterstaff. I've never understood why pick isn't a simple weapon.
Sounds pretty simple.
Like, I've never understood why a war pick isn't a simple weapon. It's just, swing a hole into something.
Well, is it listed on any list?
Yeah, it's a martial weapon. War pick.
Pike.
War pick.
Oh, okay.
You know what? I'm a GM. So we're going to say that dagger, finesse, poke the hole.
Dagger, finesse.
There's a good argument to be made for that because that is a...
Like a specially shaped dagger.
Yeah, more like
perhaps.
an auger. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like an all punch kind of dagger.
Yeah, it's just...
Okay.
Scottish shirk?
It's just a pitten. It's
a shirk, a pitten, a scene-do. It's...
Yeah.
All you're trying to do is make a hole.
Yeah. Because I'm probably not using it for fighting anyway.
I mean...
Yeah, stiletto dagger.
Yeah. Plenty of options there.
Yeah.
Component pouch or an arcane focus? The correct answer is an arcane focus.
There you go.
Your arcane focus is a special item designed to channel the power of arcane spells. Sorcerer, warlock, and wizards can use such an item, yada, yada, yada. It can be a book, it can be an orb, it can be a wand, it can be a lot of different things. But it's better than having the bag.
Okay. It's the orb. A pearl. It's a big pearl.
Giant pearl. Perfect.
Giant pearl.
A scholar's pack or a dungeoneering pack. The difference between the two is the Dungeoneer's pack is crowbar, hammer, pittance, torches, tinderbox, 10 days rations, water skin, and rope. What did I say the other one was?
Scholar's pack.
Scholar's pack. The Scholar's pack is a backpack, book of lore, bottle of ink, ink pen, 10 sheets of parchment, a little bit of sand, and a small knife. One is for exploration, one is for being a nerd.
Probably more exploration. I deal with a lot of water. Parchment doesn't sound like
that's not.
Have.
It's not going to last long. All right.
Yeah.
All right. You can choose a leather armor, any simple weapon, and any 2 daggers. So we're just going to say leather armor and 4 daggers.
Yeah. Cool.
I mean, odds are you're not going to use the leather armor. Odds are you're not going to use the 4 daggers.
Yeah.
Odds are all of this is just going to go into a box and get sold. But
yeah.
Daggers for everyone.
Daggers of the mind.
No, that was the other.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh god, this is gonna be good.
You will get 2 cantrips from the warlock spell list.
Okay.
That can be determined later.
Okay, cool.
You get create or destroy water, and Thunder Wave as automatic spells.
Yum.
And they're both considered always prepared.
Okay.
Which means you can kind of always check down to them if necessary. At first level, you can magically summon a spectral tentacle that strikes at your foes.
Yep.
Tentacly of the Deep.
It's all tentacly. Because we're just doing counterblast.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Mage
Hand Tentacle, yeah.
Gift. Yeah, Mage Hand Tentacle, pretty much.
Yeah.
Wow. It's Mage Hand Plus because it can also make a melee spell attack.
Oh, that's exactly what I was thinking when I saw it. I'm like, wait,
and you
I
also
just get
don't
a
need
tentacle?
Mage Hand because you can just pseudopod.
Yeah. That's if I want it to be attached to me. If I don't, I can just use the tentacle, right?
Yeah.
Do everything via tentacles.
Yeah. Tentacle of the
Pretty
Deep,
much.
Mage Hand Tentacle mod, Eldritch Blast. Yeah. Well, one of your cantrips is going to be Eldritch Blast because if you're a Warlock and you don't take Eldritch Blast, everyone's going to take your Warlock card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gift of the Sea, which is the reason why you went with this class in the first, or this subset in the first place.
Yes. Because I am Space Squid.
Yeah, like the more I'm sitting looking at this, I'm like, none of this was a wrong choice. I mean, gust of wind just to knock someone off of a deck or off of trying to board your ship.
Yeah, no, go away.
Like just push pulls.
Go away.
Like there will be a lot of push, and Warlocks are good at push pulls, and this is a Warlock that's better than most Warlocks at push pulls. And yeah.
Yeah.
Tentacle of the Deep
there's-
gives you an attack on your bonus action, and then you have your Eldritch Blast on your Eldritch Bolt on your actual action.
Yeah.
I'm saying they have Mage Hand Plus. Yes. Yeah, I got it.
More tentacles.
But yeah, just
Right, because number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, but also cantrip, which
yeah.
means all day.
Yeah. Okay, so spills.
It's going to be all tentacle themed here.
I mean, you're a
I
tentacle.
might not even bother to walk around with legs. I might just,
Might
do
just slither
squiddy
around.
things. Yeah. Yeah, there's just tentacles everywhere, and you never know whether it's actually me or a mage created tentacle. There's just always tentacles. My tentacles look like my body. It's confusing. Nobody knows what they're seeing.
I mean, there's
That's
also
my
arguments
thought.
to be made for a couple other cantrips, but that's going to be a really good choice.
Yeah, I'll look at them, but those certainly seem like put them
Tentacles
for
just
now.
ooze out of an area around you. She needs to borrow a certain rapier from Morden's character.
See, and now we can go back to the swashbuckling thing.
Yeah. More swash, less buckle.
Very, very, very thematic. Yes, lots of swashing.
And then also 2 first level choices.
No, mine.
Oh, do you have to choose pact at first level? Oh, I forgot.
What?
Okay, no, you choose the pact boon. Pact magic is just the magic. Pact boon is the actual pact, and that's when we pick the pact. And okay, so we don't have to worry about doing that for, at least 2 weeks. Yay!
Okay. Yay.
Chill Touch Tentacle mod also works. Yes, but also Chill Touch Watery Splash mod would work for her character as well. But
Splash.
yeah.
Bloosh. Bloosh.
There is something else that you have to do with a Warlock called a Pact Boon, but that's at 3rd level, and so we don't have to do that now. And we will discuss all of that later. I have a couple ideas for what I think would be really good for you, but you'll be able to play around with it a little bit. I was really surprised that there wasn't that either Star Chain or a similar cosmic pact wasn't included in the Spelljammer book, to be totally honest.
Spelljammer. Yeah.
But I'm going to call that done did. That is 4 characters generated. Had a whole party working together. We got everything done. We got our session 0 done.
Yay!
And now we have at least 2 of the characters already done in Hero Forge. We will get the others done between now and then. And then next Sunday, 7 p.m., we will start with the campaign, and we will see what craziness I have cooked up. There will be 2 NPCs that will be part of the ship. One of them is Archibald the Gif, who is a Battlemaster fighter musketeer. And the other one will be the captain, because I didn't want to come up with an excuse for why a 1st level character had a 20,000 gold piece of equipment. Technically a 25,000 gold piece of equipment, because the ship cost 20,000 and the spelljamming helm cost 5. So you guys will be temporarily working with a NPC. What I kind of have planned is I'm going to shortchange Treasure to buy out the ship.
Okay.
And then when we get to around 20 to 25,000 shortchanged out of the Treasure, the captain will retire or get retired. And then the party will have the ship. Or at that point, you guys will find a usable but derelict ship. And the captain will be like, I mean, I've had crews decide to go off on their own before. If you guys want your own boat, there's one. Just do me a favor, and can we crew these, 3 and 3 long enough to get back to a dock, and then you guys can go on your merry. And then you say goodbye to Archibald and the captain, and now you have your own ship. But that's how I'm going to play it out, because the two best options are either do that or do the Han Solo, which is you start owing 25,000 gold to a crime boss. And I don't have to do that, because you start owing an autonome to a crime boss. So I already get to play with that anyway.
We have a way to get in trouble anyway.
Yep.
So
So
how much am I gonna have to pay for my friend?
that's negotiable. So, all right. So, I want to thank Sadie. I want to thank Bacon. I want to thank Noctis. I want to thank Ari for, putting up with watching, 75% of the time watching somebody else make a character.
Do things.
But this way, this is also, I feel like you guys, especially because some of you have different levels of experience, D&D, different levels for 5th edition. Everybody's in kind of a different place. This way, you all know a little bit more about where your characters are and where they're coming from. You guys have access to the Discord area. I would recommend talking amongst yourselves in the next week, trying to figure out a little bit more for backstories. My recommendation for when people make characters, and this is a weird thing, and you don't hear a lot of GMs say this, but I'm going to explain why.
Okay.
Don't give me a massively detailed character backstory tomorrow.
Right.
Give me a massively detailed backstory 8 weeks from now.
Okay.
And the reason is, trust me, whatever in your mind you think this character is right now, next week you'll find out you're wrong.
Right.
No plan survives contact with the enemy, and in this case, the enemy is your own party. As soon as you bring this character into game, some facet of what you thought would happen will change. And you'll be like, well, I really wanted this to be important, but now that doesn't feel like that's where my character is.
Right.
So as if you just have like amorphous ideas, not amorphous, not like plasmoid, but like ideas. If you wait and you go, I know I want my character to have a criminal backstory. I know I want my character to have done this. I know my character was here. I know my character was here. Just have the broadest points. And then as it comes up in game over the next 4, 6, 8 sessions, refine it, talk about it in play, maybe have things come up, go, oh, I know about that because, and then you can dial it in. And when you feel like your character is dialed in and you know who they are and you know where they've been, that's when you write the backstory. Right now, Sadie knows that her character is who her character is because of a natural cataclysm. She doesn't necessarily know if it was an earthquake or a tidal wave or a star exploding. Like, it could be anything.
Right.
But those pieces of information could become important in the first 3 or 4 sessions. Like, you guys could wind up on a volcanic planet and she just all of a sudden goes, volcanoes. I've lost too much to volcanoes to let a player die. Right. And she goes balls to the wall to rescue somebody because this world is being attacked by a volcano. Well, if she had already written that it was a tidal wave, she doesn't get that moment.
Right.
If she hasn't written it as a tidal wave, now she can go, my world had a volcanic event. I'm from Pompeii. So this hit different for me. So if you wait and build it as you go, you'll get a more dynamic character, and you'll actually be able to feel, it'll feel less like backstory bullet points and more like things your character is going through. So it'll actually give you a little bit more depth for your character. Writers do this a lot where they just write like base outlines. And then as a book goes on, you'll notice that sometimes all of a sudden a plot point that was mentioned before is really nailed down in like the 3rd or 4th book in a series. And that's because the writer finally got around to figuring out exactly how it happened. You stole the merchandise. Yeah. So, I mean, I would say come up with bullet points, come up with basic ideas, talk to each other about where you've been, pair up a little bit, 2 and 2. I think there's a lot of I think around the wheel, there's a whole lot of options here. And then next week we'll start a story.
Okay.
So thank you to Sadie. Thank you to Bacon. Thank you to Noctis. Thank you to Ari. Thank you to everybody in chat that sat through this, and hopefully you guys were well entertained. We had a nice solid room tonight. Obviously, part of it is because you guys want to see a new campaign. Part of it is because Spelljammer is new as well. But thank you guys for being entertained. This is going to be going up on the YouTube channel that I promise I'm going to stop ignoring soon and actually get updates for. Until then, everybody, thank you very much for being here. We will be back tomorrow night with some Mech Warrior gameplay. Tuesday night is our Light and Darkness campaign, which is the main campaign that I GM. Wednesday we're off. Thursday we will be back with Morden's Exacted Spirits campaign, where I get to play. In the meantime, if you're watching this on YouTube, be a good werewolf, like and subscribe. And for everybody that was in here in chat, thank you very much. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed the thing. If you want to get more Stream Loot cards, they're going to be 30% off until my show starts tomorrow. So go grab those. I think all of the free packs that Thomas had put up for the community have been claimed at this point. But double check that as well. In the meantime, everybody, thank you very much. Have a good night. And we're all going to do a goofy wave. Bye.